Order du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons.
At second reading of Bill C-10, Constitution Act 2010, Senate term limits, and on the amendment of Mr. Cullen.
Resuming debate, I please the débat, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, it's a pretty chilly morning, so maybe we should warm up this place just a little bit. Bill C-10, Mr. Speaker, is an act to amend the Constitution Act, and the summary states that this enactment alters the tenure of senators who are summoned after October 14, 2008. And, Mr. Speaker, more specifically, it says that a person who is summoned to the Senate after coming into force of the Constitution Act 2010 shall hold a place in that House for a term of 8 years. So, Mr. Speaker, this very modest in size bill seeks to impose limits on senators rather than having them appointed until age 75 or until they choose to leave. Mr. Speaker, what I did is to go back and look at where we've been with this. And I noted that this actually has come up back in 2006. And as a result of elections and prorogations, etc., what's happened, Mr. Speaker, is this bill has really not made any progress. But, Mr. Speaker, it came up again last April. There was a couple of hours of debate, I think in May as well. And here we are again, still debating the bill at second reading. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, second reading is the first opportunity for parliamentarians to give their views on a bill that's been proposed by the government. And what I did, Mr. Speaker, is I went back to the original speech of the Minister of State for Democratic Reform, because you will assume that somehow the person who is championing the bill, who's coming here to speak to the House, is going to give us the substantive reasons why this bill is a good bill, and we just said a prayer, good laws and wise decisions. So I looked for them, and Mr. Speaker, I didn't find them. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I thought that, quite frankly, the arguments that were made by the minister in presenting this bill were more prose than they were fact. They were somehow making some sweeping generalizations without the substance that parliamentarians would like to have. I also noticed, Mr. Speaker, that government members aren't speaking on this bill. It's basically introduced by one person, and all of a sudden then you get the rest of the opposition parties are simply talking. But if you don't have the government members up defending a bill, you ask yourself the question, why aren't they up on their feet defending the bill? And secondly, why is it that they're not prepared to stand up in this place and take questions from the opposition where there are concerns about what's going on? Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the phrases that came out in the Minister of State's speech was the step-by-step approach. There is no question, Mr. Speaker, that the government's plans in the longer term are basically to have either an elected Senate or maybe to abolish it altogether. But one of the things that you will know, if you look back over the history since 2006, one of the things that you will see is that the Senate has been maligned, constantly pointed out that they're unelected, undemocratic, and all kinds of terrible people, that they just sit there and they can serve for 45 years and all kinds of, all the negatives about the Senate. Now, Mr. Speaker, it dawns on me that the Senate is an institution of Canada. And we know what the record of the government is in terms of respect for the institutions of our country. But I thought it was interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the way that this has been handled, or not handled, demonstrates yet again that the government really doesn't care for this bill to be passed. It doesn't care that we move it through the system and get it dealt with, because it has a political benefit of not being passed. It has a political benefit to be like a political football, to continue to play, the cat playing with the wool. You can continue. When there's problems coming up, let's bring back that bill, and we can go and take some shots at the Senate, these terrible senators. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, having been here 17 years, I know many senators. I know, and everybody in this place knows, that the Senate does better committee work and study work than the House of Commons. Absolutely. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is that they don't have a constituency which takes up 60% of their time. They're doing the job here. They're the sober second thought. They are doing the job, and the studies that they have done and the time that they give to it, and in fact the availability of their time to be able to hold comprehensive hearings, to be able to go abroad and to meet with other jurisdictions who have same or similar problems or who have entertained some changes. They take the time to do it. I also note, and the members will also know, Mr. Speaker, that the camaraderie within the Senate is better than it is in the House. These people have great meetings, and when anybody who's attended a Senate meeting, and I was chair of scrutiny of regs, I saw how important it was to have the institutional memory institutional memory, Mr. Speaker, of some of the key areas that went by. We have files before scrutiny of regs that go back 25 years, and the Minister of Fisheries would know that on the Fisheries Act. And if it wasn't for the senators and many of those people who have been here and knew what the arguments are. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons that they're saying that they want to limit the terms of the Senate is because people lose the capacity to have fresh ideas. And we just get stale, and we really have to turn it over so we get some new ideas. Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I reject the argument totally. And the example that I will use to demonstrate it is the Supreme Court of Canada. Appointment for life. Mr. Speaker, would the government also argue that the judges of the Supreme Court of Canada lose the capacity to have any new ideas, to learn, to do good work because they are there? Absolutely not. Are we going to reform the Supreme Court so we can turn them over a lot faster? Absolutely not. It's not in the public interest. It's not in the interest of our country. So the argument that somehow we have to have this turnover, this is a one-step by one-step approach, but it's an approach that they don't want to actually engage in. They would rather have this issue on the table, continuing to give them the opportunity to say what an undemocratic institution, unelected, not accountable, etc. And yet, I think they tasted blood this past week, Mr. Speaker, with having the Senate, being the Senate majority of Conservatives, be instructed to kill a bill on climate change, even before it was sent to a Senate committee for consideration. Mr. Speaker, they've tasted the blood. They understand. Now they can deal with it here when they do have to finally get pushed to put something through to the Senate, to have a vote here and push it to the Senate. They know that they have the Senate tool there. This is a game that is being played out in so many items. All the members will be aware of all of the justice bills. I also, Mr. Speaker, in looking at the Secretary, the Minister of State, in his speech, he seemed to think that people of age have a problem. That, when they get to 75, they're coasting, they haven't got a clue, they can't do this. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether or not the Canadian Human Rights Commission would agree with the principle that when you reach a certain age that somehow you have to be treated differently. I also understand, Mr. Speaker, that it's the Prime Minister who appoints people. And why is it, if they're concerned about people serving for too long a period, would you appoint somebody who's 35 years old? If you look at the people in the Senate, these honorable senators, you will see some people of great character, of great information and knowledge, representing the cross-section of our country and every geographic corner of our country, Mr. Speaker. So let me just say, Mr. Speaker, that I was disappointed. I was disappointed at the lack of substance in the minister's speech justifying this bill, and I think that I agree with the other parties that this bill should go to committee so that we can have others outside of this chamber come before the House of Commons committee and explain to the government why its presumptions on which this bill is based are faulty and not in the public interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was absolutely flabbergasted to listen to my honourable colleague's speech on the same week that unelected and unaccountable House just trashed a bill on climate change that was voted for by the democratically elected members of the Canadian people. And I'd like to ask him, because I know the Liberals have never wanted to touch Senate reform because they've always used it as a place where they put the bagmen and the party hacks. But the fact is, if you look at under the Senate rules for conflict of interest, they wouldn't meet the most basic test that any small-town, rural town councillor, any small-town school board trustee would have to meet, that under their own conflict of interest guidelines, they can review legislation where they have a pecuniary interest. They can sit on the boards of major corporations, that we see that they have all manner of financial interests that they do not have to disclose, that any sitting town councillor in any community in the country would have to disclose, but not the Senate. So if these representatives are supposed to do sober second thought, then would the member not agree with me that we have to clean up and have clear guidelines of conflict of interest so that the money and the bagmen and the oil industry cannot overrule this House?
I agree. I agree, Mr. Speaker. But this bill is not the solution. And in fact, it's when you consider some of the work that has been done, the work on mental health, the work on climate change out of the Senate, the work on euthanasia. Mr. Speaker, everybody in this place knows that the Conservative majority in the Senate did not make the decision to defeat Bill C-311 before it completed second reading. And the reason is because the direction came straight from the Prime Minister of Canada, who believed that Kyoto was a socialist plot. The members know that. Don't blame the Senate for it. Blame the Prime Minister. Blame the Conservatives, who can't even hold on to an environment minister because they have no policy, no interest in the environment.
Order. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, and when it comes to my honourable colleague, I really enjoy his speeches many times, but on this occasion, I think he must take pause for reflection. Regardless of whether the Prime Minister of this country gave orders to that Senate, if he gave orders to that Senate to do what they did over this week, that is another nail in the Senate's coffin as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. That is something that says we'd have a Senate that's malfunctioning, that is completely malfunctioning. So when we look at the content of this bill to shorten the time that we have senators in there, and we look at the possibility that the actions that were taken this week will transfer forward into the next government, we could see the situation here where a Senate would, without debate, cancel a government bill. Yeah. This is just totally unacceptable. So we have a crisis in our Parliament now, and this bill that's in front of us will not solve that. It gives us the opportunity to debate it in a fashion. We need to make that.
I'll have to stop the member there to give the member for Mississauga South enough time to reply.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with everything the member has said. This bill does not deal with the real problem. And the real problem is that the Prime Minister really has a problem with democracy. And he knows that whenever he gets in trouble, all he has to do is bring up a bill like this or bring up another justice bill or something like that, getting tough on crime week, so that we switch the channel and take the focus off the real issues, the real problems facing the nation. They don't want this bill passed. They've been playing around with it like a cat with a ball of wool. And they're going to continue to do that because they know They know that this has better political mileage because they can continue to use their slogans like undemocratic, unelected, useless people, and yet every member in this place will go to an event to say goodbye to a senator when they retire because they respect the work that they have done here. You cannot deny that, Mr. Speaker. They cannot deny that. We have some work to do, but the Senate, it is the Senate, did not make the decision to defeat C-311. It was the Prime Minister himself.
May please to débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on the amendment to C-10, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, Senate term limits. For the record, the amendment calls for striking out all of the words in the motion after the word "that" and substituting the following. The House declines to give second reading to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Constitution 1867, Senate term limits, because the term limits do not go far enough in addressing the problems with the Senate of Canada and do not lead quickly enough to the abolition of the upper chamber, as recent events has shown to be necessary. The New Democrats' position is clear. This bill falls far short of the need to necessary changes we need to do to make the Senate, if the Senate were to ever be effective. I wanted to rise during this debate because there are some important points that need to be made. At the outset, I want to address the cynical workings of the government. They know, as does every MP in this chamber, that the length of time that the senators stay in their appointed seats is not the real issue. The real issue is how they got to be to the Senate in the first place. And we know that the 35 unelected senators appointed by this Prime Minister were instrumental in killing, without debate, Bill C-311, the Climate Change Accountability Act, by my colleague from Thunder Bay, Superior North. Bill C-311 would have committed the federal government to achieving practical, science-based greenhouse gas reduction targets. Bill C-311 passed by a majority of the elected members of Parliament representing the majority of Canadians. This Prime Minister said in 2004, and I quote, "I will not name appointed people to the Senate. Anyone who sits in Parliament of Canada must be elected by the people they represent." End of quote. Well, for the record, let me name those unelected Conservative senators who voted to kill Bill C-311. David Angus, unelected, unaccountable. Pierre-Hugues Boisvenot, unelected, unaccountable. David Braley, unelected, unaccountable. Never heard of him. Patrick Brazo, unelected, unaccountable. And I'd like to talk a little bit about Senator Brazo. I'd like to quote Don Martin in an article he wrote February 3rd, 2009. It's hard to imagine how such a thoroughly damaged resume could have survived the supposedly ruthless scrutiny of the Prime Minister's office, particularly when the job is a 40-year guaranteed Senate jig with an annual salary of $130,000 plus perks. The man described in his bio as a loving father of 3 is darn close to qualifying to be a deadbeat dad, with the mother of 1 offspring telling CTV that Brazo hasn't seen or properly supported his 14-year-old son in 8 years. Is this the caliber of individual the Prime Minister had in mind when he set out to reform the Senate? Bert Brown, unelected, unaccountable. Claude Kerrigan, unelected, unaccountable. Andre Champagne, unelected, unaccountable. Ethel Cochrane, unelected, unaccountable. Gerald Como, unelected, unaccountable. Ann Cools, unelected, unaccountable. Consiglio Dino, unelected, unaccountable. Frederick Dixon, unelected, unaccountable. Mike Duffy, unelected, unaccountable. Must be pretty tough for this guy carrying the party line instead of asking tough questions of politicians. Nicole Eaton, unelected, unaccountable. Susan Fortin-Duplessis, unelected, unaccountable. Linda Fromm, unelected, unaccountable. Irvin Gerstein, and let me expand a little bit on this senator. In his 2007 book on the Prime Minister's T-Team, Behind the Scenes in the Conservative Rise to Power, Tom Flanagan, a former top PM advisor, had this to say, I quote, "Under Irving Gerstein's direction, the grassroots model of fundraising has built the Conservative Party into a financial powerhouse." End of quote. And what's his reward? $130,000 plus perks, all on the taxpayer's dime. That's what a slap in the face to Canadians. And this is the senator that's going from community to community, from province to province, raising funds for the Conservative Party. Stephen Green, unelected, unaccountable. Leo Housakis, unelected, unaccountable. Janice Johnson, unelected, unaccountable. Noel Kinsella, unelected, unaccountable. Vin Kochar, unelected, unaccountable. Danielle Long, unelected, unaccountable. Marjorie Le Breton, unelected, unaccountable. Elizabeth Marshall, unelected, unaccountable. Fiona Martin, unelected, unaccountable. Michael Meagan, unelected, unaccountable. Nancy Ruth, unelected, unaccountable. Richard Neufeld, unelected, unaccountable. Kelvin Kenneth Ogilvie, unelected, unaccountable. Donald Oliver, unelected, unaccountable. Dennis Glenn Patterson, unelected, unaccountable to Hugh Siegel, unelected, unaccountable. Judith Seidman, unelected, unaccountable. Jerry St. Germain, unelected, unaccountable. Carol Stewart Olson, unelected, unaccountable. David Tatchuk, unelected and unaccountable. John Wallace, unelected, unaccountable. And Pamela Walling, unelected and unaccountable. These are all the senators who killed Bill C-311. Let me speak about another senator that wasn't present for the vote, but I'd like to speak a little bit about him. Senator Doug Finley. Bill C-311 was killed by this unaccountable Senate. How about Michael Douglas Finley, who had to be escorted by security out of the House of Commons committee because he showed up uninvited and refused to leave, displaying such utter disrespect for his great institution? We could spend a lot of time on all of the other worthy services he delivered for the Conservative Party, but we don't have time to go there, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Committee that searches for these candidates should take a lesson from D&D and advertise on the internet for candidates on such places as Craigslist and soft porn sites like the D&D did. They may end up with better candidates to appoint to the unelected, unaccountable Senate. Mr. Speaker, I notice the growing discomfort on the faces of Conservative members as I read the names of these unelected, unaccountable, and unrepresentative senators into the record of this chamber. It is any wonder that even the Conservative-friendly corners criticism is mounting about this Prime Minister's unbelievable record of broken promises. Let me read a quote by John Iverson in a post who wrote this week that, and I quote, "All politicians are haunted by things they said in the past. All governments are buffeted by events and forced to shift position. By now, but how many times can a politician say something and then do the precise opposite before even the strongest supporters start to doubt him? The bond of such trust between the Prime Minister and the Canadians is eroding, according to an opinion poll by Nick Nanos." End of quote. And the list of those broken promises is long, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine how Preston Manning must feel about the actions of this Prime Minister? This Prime Minister is betraying all those who voted for him and the Reform Party. He is betraying all those who thought they were getting a new form of government, one that wasn't as morally corrupt as the previous Liberal government. Instead, we have a hyper-partisan, morally bankrupt, anti-democratic government that is thumbing its nose at every institution that upholds democracy. Democracy.
Order. I'll have to stop the member there. Let's open the floor to questions. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague, and we see how the Conservative Party came in, and they told Canadians that they were going to be an ethical government, that they were going to do something different. And yet we see the pattern. As soon as they got their hands on the Senate, they started to fill it with the bagmen and the cronies, the Leo Housakoses, Doug Finley, who's runs their war room, who gets paid by the taxpayer to run the war room for the Conservative Party. And then, of course, there's the Honourable Irving Gerstein. Now, here's a man who shows what the Senate is all about. He says, because the Liberals have accused us of using the word bagman, he says, and this is in a speech he gave, yes, I want to tell you that I do not admit to being a bagman. I proclaim it. I believe that the job of raising funds for the Conservative Party is both necessary and honourable. That's his job in the Senate. A man that the Prime Minister chose to go in, along with the other bagmen, who brags that he's there to raise money for the Conservative Party, and the taxpayer pays for these people. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, because he's seen the hypocrisy of this government, and he's seen how these members stood year after year after year and said when they came in that they would deal with the issue. And what they're doing now is, of course, just mere window dressing. They'll put term limits. But the fact that they are using the Senate as a dumping ground for their party hacks and the people who collect the money, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks it is that this government has betrayed those promises that they made to people who voted for them, thinking that they were going to clean up that cesspool.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I'll answer it this way. Democracy has become an inconvenience to this government. It has perfected the art of violating the spirit and the intent of this great Parliament. And for what? To hold on to power for as long as it can. That's what. Even if it means turning more and more Canadians away from the political process. Even if it means discouraging youth from becoming involved.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, I have some questions to ask the member opposite there, and I know the NDP party is of the view that there should not be a Senate at all, but would it not make some sense, as we know things move incrementally in this place, even if I strongly disagree with his point of view in respect to removal of senators altogether, to at least get on board and make the adjustment and modernize in the present, and then they can kind of go their way and do what they think they need to do thereafter. But Canadians across the country, as he well knows, have shown a clear desire to change the Senate for Senate reform, and we're committed to modernizing the Senate to reflect a 21st century democracy. So surely we could have basic agreement to say that a senator being elected for terms up to 45 years is not right and is not appropriate in this modern era, and that something in the order of 8 years would certainly be better. Could he not agree that rather than 45-year terms for unelected, unaccountable senators, that an 8-year would be an improvement on that? That's my question to the member opposite.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I don't think that senators should be elected for 8 years. I think they should be done away with, period. And I'll tell you, I want to quote somebody here from the media. Mr. Iverson, he might have quoted a new term for the Senate, the triple U Senate, unelected, unrepresentative, and under the PM's thumb. That's why we don't want senators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be as brief as I possibly can. To the member, New Brunswick, PEI, Quebec, they abolished their Senate years and years ago. And this vote that we just had on Bill C-311, we hear the Liberals talk about it in the House in a very defensive way, and I understand that's because it was the Liberals who called for the vote in the Senate that set this situation up. Is the member aware of this?
Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Quite aware of that, Mr. Speaker, and when the honourable member from the Liberal Party was giving us his speech a while ago, he was blaming the Conservatives for what happened to Bill C-311, but in reality he should be looking in the mirror and blaming the Liberals, especially the Liberal senators, who all they had to do was stand up and say, no, we're going to debate this bill, and that would have been the democratic process. Instead, he just sat in his chair and the bill was killed.
Okay, please to débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin with, I'd like to remind this House that the Bloc Québécois will oppose C-10, which has as its purpose to create an 8-year term for senators who will be appointed by the government, and it's only nominated senators. We will also vote in favor of the New Democratic amendment. This has to do with another thing that the government wants. They say that they want popular consultation to have lists of candidates from which the Prime Minister could select future senators. So we have to put these two things side by side to really try to understand what the government's trying to do. What the government says it wants to do is substantially reform the Senate. And given there were certain remarks made by the NDP to the effect that the Senate is a non-democratic institution, which is an inheritance of the colonial past. So we also are in favor of its abolition. Because of its undemocratic character, we have a political institution made up of people who are political appointments, and, let's be real, the Liberals did it as well. And now the Conservatives do it. And because of the undemocratic nature of the Senate, even with the undemocratic nature of the Senate, until recently, the senators had the good sense to at least abide by the expressed will of the House. So what they've done recently is not just a disappointment. I think it's an absolute scandal to see the Senate refuse to approve a bill that was passed in this House, because it's been some decades. It's been around for it's been around for a long time, but now there are real problems, more serious problems, which I think could be resolved with the abolition of the Senate. But this cannot be done unilaterally. This is an institution, and Parliament cannot decide on abolishing this institution, which is the Senate. Even though it doesn't have much credibility with the public. Recently, in March 2010, Léger Marketing did a poll in Quebec and in Canada, and they're about the same results, although they're more dramatic in Quebec, and they asked what percentage of the people believe that the upper house works properly. 20% of Quebecers wanted elected senators, but 43% wanted it abolished, and a certain number refused to answer, to such a point that we can say that this situation is nonpartisan. And so we would be in favor of the abolition, but it would take constitutional negotiations.
The same goes for the threat being made by the Prime Minister over the past few months. He says if this legislation isn't adopted, he'll abolish the Senate. We feel that that would be inappropriate. He cannot do that unilaterally. The Prime Minister and the House of Commons cannot do that because the Senate is an institution that was agreed upon by the provinces at Confederation a long time ago. I spoke to a constitutionalist who is a former Liberal minister in the Quebec government. He was the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and he reminded me of that. The same is true for Bill C-10 and the desire by the Conservative Prime Minister to create a pseudo list of candidates that would be based on a vote, a referendum, or a plebiscite. But the Supreme Court has said very clearly in a ruling that goes back to the early 1980s, which was a reference on the upper house. It says clearly that that the Senate is an institution that has it has a place in our constitutional regime. Constitutional experts appeared before the committee and talked about the place of the Senate with respect to the bill and other legislation that we have concerned. And both of the reforms, the Senate terms and the other reform that was proposed, have to do with the basic aspects of the Senate. The main problem with this bill is that the Prime Minister and the Conservative government are trying to do indirectly what they cannot do directly. And as I mentioned, we therefore are strongly opposed. I want to quote Benoit Pelletier, the former Quebec Intergovernmental Affairs minister and a constitutional expert. He says that this is not an institution that comes only under federal jurisdiction. It was part of the federal-provincial compromise, and Quebec's consent is needed. This goes back to the 1982 Constitution and the regional division of powers. Mr. Pelletier has summed up the traditional Quebec view of this very well. The National Assembly and the Quebec government hold this view. When the equivalent bill was introduced in 2007 and considered, the National Assembly passed a unanimous resolution saying that no major reforms could be made without the consent of the Government of Quebec and the National Assembly. So we have the National Assembly, the Government of Quebec, the constitutional experts who appeared before the committee. I believe this was before the 2008 election. Everyone is clear in saying that this kind of legislation involves reforms that would require constitutional negotiations. This conservative legislation, and we have seen this once again here, is aimed at reducing Quebec's influence in the country. We see this attempt to unilaterally impose changes, which is not constitutional. We know that the government also wants to increase the number of seats by 30, and this would water down Quebec's representation here in this chamber. The minister responsible for democratic reform, and I find that a bit of an ironic title myself, indicated that there were other reforms as well that would be brought in, and we will strongly oppose them. When we look at Prince Edward Island, with its 4 members, and we're not questioning that number. Les Îles de la Madeleine, the Magdalen Islands, only have 1 member, and we're not questioning that either. But there is no arithmetic reason for this. The government has to recognize, as the House has done, that Quebec needs to have at least 25% of the representation here in order to present the views of Quebecers adequately. So not only will we be voting against Bill C-10 if it gets to committee or at report stage and 3rd reading, but we will be supporting the amendment by the NDP.
Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member from the bloc. You know, what's really outrageous about this situation that we saw on Bill C-311, it was almost like the Prime Minister had a lever in his office that he pulled and C-11 dropped through the floor. And the intent of the Senate originally was the place of sober second thought. Now we have a situation, and we've had it with previous governments before, whoever the government in power is stacks the Senate so that they have control of that lever, whichever way they want a bill or a motion to go. But this was an offense to the Parliament of this country. We had not taken C-311 forward once. We took it forward twice, got it passed twice in this House, and we still saw the Prime Minister's office pull that lever and dump that bill. If there's ever been a case for the abolition of the Senate in this country, this is it. And if we have to go to constitutional negotiations to do so, so be it. But it's time to put an end to the Senate of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his question and comment. Basically, I agree with him. This week, the Senate broke a tacit agreement between the House of Commons and the Senate. The House of Commons made the decision. The Senate had its chance for sober second thought, and sometimes they have come up with amendments to improve legislation, and that is fine. But the Senate cannot make a decision on behalf of the Quebec nation or the Canadian nation because it does not have that kind of legitimacy and role. It is a product and a vestige of our colonial period. The member said that the Senate should be abolished, and I'm pleased that he thinks that should be done through constitutional negotiations. That is the way the Constitution is laid out, and the Supreme Court has supported that approach. I would conclude by saying that this is a very partisan approach that the government has taken over the past few months regarding the Senate. The appointments are made by the Prime Minister, but this Prime Minister said that he would not be making any appointments before reforms were made. But as soon as his power was threatened, he made sure that he would be able to control the Senate through the PMO and this is the problem with the Senate, and we will be voting again against this legislation.
Yes.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, we have seen once again this week that the Senate played its role effectively this week by defeating a bill that would have been disastrous for Canada and Quebec that was ill thought out. My question for the member for Joliette is very simple. There are seats reserved for Quebec in the Senate under the Constitution. Why does he want to weaken the influence of Quebec and weaken Quebec within the federal institutions where it's represented? Quebec has a certain amount of security, has made gains. Why does he want to keep it undemocratic? Why doesn't he support the idea of having an elected chamber? Why does he not want to take this concrete step to help Quebec? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I want to share something that I read in the newspaper this morning with this House. Antimatter was discovered some time ago, and now it has been captured. And now we've just seen another demonstration with the member for Lévis-Bellechasse. A point of order from the member for Lévis-Bellechasse. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that the member for Joliette may not have the same point of view as I have. I respect that, and I respect the member for Joliette. But I think here in this House, there is, though there is impunity, and I think that the member for Joliette should engage in a debate of ideas and be respectful. I believe that this is not really a point of order, and I will give 20 seconds for the member for Joliette to respond. Mr. Speaker, if the member had not interrupted me, I was just about to give an answer. We are defending the position of Quebec and the government of Quebec, and he is defending the point of view of the Conservative government and the federal government against the interests of Quebec. That's my answer.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-10, an act to amend the Constitution Act of 1867. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill, as we all know, is to limit the tenure of the Senate appointments to one non-renewable 8-year term. I have to say that I support the bill going to committee for possible amendments and to allow all stakeholders, including the provinces as well as constitutional experts, to testify on the changes the Conservative government wants to make to Senate of Canada. I believe strongly in reform, but this type of reform must be in the best interest of Canadians, reflect sound public policy, and respect the Constitution. While the Constitution Act of 1867 does not say anything specific to exclude authority of Parliament to make amendments to the Senate term limits, the Supreme Court comments in a reference case on the Upper House that alternations that would affect the fundamental feature or essential characteristics given to the Senate as a means of ensuring regional, provincial representation in the federal legislation process would require provincial consultation. The role and tenure of a senator was determined by the provinces initially in order to meet the requirement of a federal system. For there to be meaningful reform, there must be meaningful consultation. Few Senate reform proposals throughout the years have looked at the role and function of the Senate, always on the political image. The Supreme Court reference concluded that the constitutionality test for reform would be best fit if met the requirements for A, independence, B, ability to provide sober second thoughts, and C, met the means to ensure provincial and regional representation. Now, Senator Michael Pitfield should say, the Senator should not, I quote, the Senate should not be a duplicate of the House of Commons, but a complement, a somewhat less partisan, more technical forum with a longer-term perspective. Appropriately designated Senate reform could provide greater counterbalance against the executive, more useful national debates, and sharp administration supervision, not only within the Senate itself, but in Parliament as a whole. End of quote. The role of the Canadian is often undervalued. It is an integral part of the Canadian system of checks and balance. Canada's founders were well-educated and read the Federalist Papers. They wanted to avoid as many of the mistakes that were made in the United States as possible, but also could see what worked. They knew well that a counterbalance to a tyranny of the majority was vital. Sir John A. Macdonald, quote, "We will enjoy here that which is the greatest test of constitutional freedom. We will have the rights of minority respected," end of quote. Political pressures, partisanship, and overall workload can cause bills to be passed through the House of Commons without proper consideration. The second sober thoughts provided by the Senate allows for careful legislation reviews in the best interest of Canadians and public policy. The Senate has a wealth of institutional knowledge and has issued some of the most comprehensive reports on issues that are important to Canadians. The Senate Committee on National Security has engaged in several in-depth examinations of Canadian security, especially in the wake of 9/11, including a recent report on airport security. Senator Carstairs issued an important report on Canadian seniors and our aging population, as we determine now how we will go forward with jobs and health care and the economy as a whole as the largest portion of our population begins their golden years. No issue is more timelier. The Senate Subcommittee on Cities recently issued a very important report on poverty, homelessness, and affordable housing in Canada. The Senate is able in its current form to engage in long-term, in-depth studies of these vital issues. Mr. Speaker, our current Senate is a vital element of liberal democracy, which values the necessity of opposition. Absolute democracy turns into majoritarianism. The Senate of Canada is an important institution and deserves proper consideration and adequate consultation. There are dozens of experts to be heard from, as well as provinces who are equally affected by any changes we make to this austere chamber. It is imperative we ensure this bill is constitutionally and that reforms that I suggested are in the best interest of Canadians and Canadian institutions. The Senate is not one of many political tools in the legislative arsenal. It is an independent, important legislative body in its own right. This government must respect the Constitution and Canadian institutions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his comments. I can assure the member that the suggestions brought forward by the government on Senate term limits are, in fact, constitutional. The member will recall that in the 60s, this chamber brought the term limits from life to the age of 75, something this House has done in the past, and Canadians feel overwhelmingly that a 45-year term, which is possible today, is not consistent with the values of Canadians, that Canadians feel that 45 years without accountability or the ability to refresh the Senate, it's just too long. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the member would not agree that a term limit of 8 years, or, like if we go to committee, there may be other proposals on that, and we'll hear them because that's part of the democratic process. But term limits, non-renewable, will not only allow for a refreshing of the Senate, it will provide an opportunity also for people to get more involved in the democratic process. Will the member not agree?
I'll have to ask the member for Davenport to keep his remarks very short because we're about to start statements.
I would say, first of all, yes, I do agree, and I do appreciate the Minister's effort on this very important file. I do believe strongly in term limits for Senate. I think it is in the best interest of all Canadians and our institutions. I was just asking that we do make sure we do consult with all appropriate stakeholders and with the provinces. And at committee, we should have a discussion whether 8 years is the right amount or not. I will support what will come out from the committee, but we should have something that is balanced, respectful, and within keeping within our traditions.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, more than 1 million Canadians suffer from anaphylaxis, a potentially deadly medical condition caused by hypersensitivity to certain products, often food-related. The member from Niagara West Glanbrook and I are working with families across Canada to raise awareness of life-threatening allergies. Mr. Speaker, this government takes tackling health concerns seriously, from breast cancer to heart and stroke. It is time to give anaphylaxis the same attention. 1 in 13 Canadians suffers from life-threatening allergies. That's why I will be supporting Motion 546 before Parliament that reads that in the opinion of the House, anaphylaxis is a serious concern for an increasing number of Canadians, and the government should take the appropriate measures necessary to ensure these Canadians are able to maintain a high quality of life. Mr. Speaker, it is time to help those families affected by anaphylaxis. I encourage all members of Parliament to attend the luncheon on December 7th to discuss this important motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the corporation of the Salle André Mathieu of Laval was honored on Monday, November 4th by a disc by winning the Felix for Presenter of the Performance of the Year. These awards are nothing new for the corporation. First, thanks to its varied performance programming, the Laval Culture Council had given it the Culture Award in 2004. Within the disc, the corporation had a reputation in several categories, twice winning the Felix Award for the Performance Space of the Year. However, winning the Felix Performance Presenter of the Year was very special for the corporation since it had been nominated 5 times before. The 6th time in 2010, it won. Bravo. As MP for Laval-les-Îles, I want to say how proud I am of this performance space. I want to congratulate all the individuals who were committed to, and contributed to the success of the corporation. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, a young cyclist from my riding, Laurence Paquette, is the new Canadian women's champion and Quebec women's seconder in track cycling under age 17. Lawrence is a young 16-year-old student. She currently attends the Saint-Jerome High School while training for the Pan American Junior Championships trials in track cycling, which will be held in Argentina in June 2011. Every summer, she takes part in many races in order to gain as much experience as possible. Thanks to her rigorous training schedule and her determination, she recently won the track cycling championship in the under-17 class in Bromont, and these qualities, we hope, will take her to Argentina next June. I want to salute Lawrence for her performance. She has won the championship, and I am proud to underscore the fact that this young student managed to handle both her studies and trainings so well. My colleagues in the Bloc Québécois and I want to wish her the best success in the future. Thank you.
Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, a recently released Ernst & Young document presented as part of the defense of U.S. Steel in federal court leads one to be concerned about how the shutting down of 2 of its Canadian mills affected pricing within the North American steel market. In the affidavit, Ernst & Young make the truly breathtaking comment that shutting down these mills was not a criminal act, but somehow a net benefit to Canada. That's right, Mr. Speaker, they said a net benefit to Canada. Try telling Hamilton steelworkers that. The potential impact of these actions on pricing within the steel market is not being addressed by the current lawsuit between the Government of Canada and U.S. Steel, and it needs to be. Not only these tactics, but as well, we also have the destruction of the defined benefit pension system caused by U.S. Steel and a number of other foreign-owned companies in Canada. The utter contempt for Canadians and indeed for common decency displayed by these tactics suggests that it's high time to review the Investment Canada Act. We need to give the Investment Canada Act real teeth to ensure foreign companies never again will be allowed to operate in this manner in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, I am encouraged that the government has agreed with the
Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Government of Canada, I am greatly relieved that Robert Crook of Newfoundland, who was seized on November 8 in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, along with 6 other expatriates, have been released and is now safe. Canadian officials are ensuring that Mr. Crook receives consular assistance and that he will be reunited with his family as soon as possible. We are also relieved that 12 Nigerian citizens who were taken hostage in a separate incident shortly following Mr. Crook's abduction were also released at the same time. Mr. Speaker, I was recently in Nigeria for its Independence Day celebration to further our strong bilateral relations with the Government of Nigeria. Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker, our mutual goal is for a safe and a peaceful world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skelma-Ornafuka.
Mr. Speaker, last month a number of my constituents were presented with Canada's highest honours for bravery. On August the 14th, 2008, Master Corporal David King and able seaman Jarrett McQueen rescued an unconscious man from his submerged vehicle that had plunged into the Pacific Ocean. On February the 3rd, 2007, Victoria Police Officers John Ayres, Michael Johnston, and Clifford Watson protected the public with their own bodies from a driver who was trying to run them all over. On July 24, 2007, Victoria Police Officers Dale Slightholme, Paul Spensley plunged into the icy waters of the Pacific Ocean to rescue a suicidal man. These great Canadians committed acts of extraordinary bravery. On behalf of all members of Parliament, we salute you, we honour you, we give you thanks for your acts of extraordinary courage under extremely difficult circumstances. You are Canadian heroes.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to talk about a number of brave women who have all taken a big step to try to improve their quality of life. These women all suffer from MS, and they have all either had or are scheduled to have controversial CCSVI treatment. Diane Hepburn was bound to a wheelchair for 18 months. Remarkably, she is slowly walking again. Joyce Ziegler and Deb Knapp, very good friends who, due to MS, thought they would never again take a walk together. They are now planning that walk. Mandy Maisonneuve has enjoyed many improvements since she had the procedure. Tammy Graver, Kathy Breckel, and Paula Heron all have dates set to have the procedure done. We wish them great success. Mr. Speaker, this procedure cannot presently be done in Canada, but I know it will be someday once clinical trials are complete. We must all work together to see that this happens as quickly as possible. We all know that this is not a cure for MS, but it certainly has improved the quality of life for these women from my riding. We wish them continued improvements.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. The Standing Committee on Transport studied Bill C-20, an act to amend the National Capital Act and set boundaries for and protect the Gatineau Park. Bill C-20 contains numerous mechanisms allowing the National Capital Commission to chip away at Quebec's land in the Outaouais region and exceed Quebec's jurisdictions, yet the Quebec government, in letters from Ministers Benoit Pelletier in 2007 and Claude Béchard in 2009, clearly indicated to the federal minister that it disagreed with this breach of Quebec's territorial integrity. These letters were read to parliamentarians during the study of C-20, but the new NDP, the Liberals and the Conservatives ignored them. They dismissed out of hand all the Bloc Québécois amendments to make sure that Quebec's territorial integrity was respected. Worse still, there is nothing about consulting Quebec. It's scandalous and unacceptable.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday a resolution put forward by Canada condemning Iran's deplorable human rights record was adopted by the Third Committee of the United Nations General Assembly. Our government is extremely pleased by the adoption of this important human rights resolution. By condemning the deplorable situation of human rights in Iran, we are sending a clear message to the people of Iran that they are not alone in their efforts to promote human rights in their country. And with this resolution, the unacceptable human rights situation in Iran has been brought to the attention of the international community, and the Iranian authorities have been called to account for their actions. Mr. Speaker, Canada will continue to call on the Iranian authorities to take steps to end the egregious abuses of the most fundamental basic human rights of the Iranian people.
Well, I think we're going to have to put off question period for today. I'll ask all honourable members to leave the chamber, and we'll resume at the call of the chair. Order. Order. I see the Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I move that the statements and question period carry on from the point at which they were interrupted.
Is there unanimous consent to finish off statements and then have a full question period? Agreed? Agreed? All right. Now that we've all had a chance to warm up, we'll move on with the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, the towns of Francophone Ontario are populated with families from Quebec. This is the case in my hometown, Mattawa, and one of its illustrious families, the family of the late Charles and Rita Chenard. On the 1st of November 2010, we lost the matriarch Rita, born Berube at the age of 90. Good things come in small packages. Rita, a small woman with an impressive character, had 13 children, 7 boys and 6 girls, all alive and well. Wise and always calm, Rita welcomed everybody with a bowl of soup and a smile. Other than the calm for her crossword puzzles and her soap operas, she laughed and had philosophical discussions throughout her hours. On behalf of her 13 children, their spouses, her 23 grandchildren, and 13 great-grandchildren, and on behalf of her friends and admirers, I salute Rita and I say thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader is trying to backtrack on his comments that a Filipino woman's candidacy in Winnipeg North is nothing more than a game. Yet he has failed again to explain why his Liberal candidate took the supposedly erroneous story and pushed it on his Twitter account and his website. If there is an article that is not accurate and has insulting and offensive comments attributed to the Liberal leader, why on earth would he push it out for all to see, encouraging people to read it? Clearly, the Liberal candidate believes and supports the insensitive comments that his Liberal leader was quoted as saying. Mr. Speaker, Julie Javier's candidacy is not a game. She is the only candidate on the ballot who is committed to voting against Bill C-343, the ridiculous coalition bill that would compensate the parents of young criminals if these youth are injured while committing a crime. That's an absolute insult to victims of crime.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, November 20th is Trans Day of Remembrance. In communities across Canada and around the world, transsexual and transgender people will gather with their families, friends, co-workers and allies to remember the victims of transphobic violence, some of whom died as a result of physical and sexual assault. We will renew our commitment to ending violence, discrimination and bullying against trans people and to build a society where they can enjoy full, happy, healthy, productive, safe and secure lives. One step towards this goal is to add gender identity and expression to the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act and to the Criminal Code's hate crime and sentencing provisions. The House will again debate this proposal in the coming weeks when it considers Bill C-389 at third reading. Trans folks and their allies will be here on Parliament Hill tomorrow to show their support for this important bill. New Democrats are proud to stand in solidarity with transsexual and transgender Canadians on Trans Day of Remembrance.
The Honourable Member for La Pinière, Chute de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, the F-35 program is a good one for our aerospace industry and allows us to provide our troops with the equipment they need to do their job well. The Liberal plan to cancel this important program would result in the abolishment of thousands of jobs, mainly in the Quebec aerospace industry. Yesterday, the Canadian Aerospace Industries Association issued a press release demanding MPs to vote against the Liberal motion that would cancel this procurement program. We are working to protect Canadian jobs and to create jobs by jeopardizing the F-35 program. The Liberals are jeopardizing the stability of Canada's aerospace industry by threatening jobs and investments. Mr. Speaker, our government continues to support men and women in uniform. The Liberals should promote jobs and provide support to our troops instead of playing petty politics. Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, on November 10th, UN Women's elected its first board of directors. This new agency will work to improve the lives of women and girls, according to the General Vice Secretary of the UN, Asha Rose Migiro. This entity, responsible for supervising and making sure that UN commitments are kept with regard to ensuring equality between men and women within its institutions is a model for the member states to ensure that such equality is kept. It is of concern to see Saudi Arabia sit on this board, this country where customs and traditions undermine the rights of women on a daily basis. This country where Nathalie Morin, a Quebecer, is stuck with her children. She is kept a prisoner there. If Saudi Arabia wanted to show its desire to ensure equality and justice between men and women and for men and women, its government would take concrete action and let Nathalie Morin and her children come back to Quebec. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
National Men's Day, and some members on all sides of this House are looking a little more hirsute than usual. That's because we are in the middle of the month of November, growing mustaches to raise awareness of prostate cancer. Yesterday, one of Canada's leading advocates for men's health, Dr. Larry Goldenberg, was on Parliament Hill, and this week he received the Order of Canada. We can improve men's health in Canada by adopting preventative health strategies, promoting healthy living, and other measures. Monsieur le Président, je vous avoue.
Mr. Speaker, I think that comments concerning my efforts to turn myself into a distinguished man with this mustache have not been unanimously positive. But as you know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we have to take courageous action. So I hope that all the members will join me in celebrating International Men's Day as we salute our colleagues who are fighting prostate cancer under their noses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday when our Conservative government sought unanimous consent for a speedy passage of our Senate term limits bill, the opposition coalition refused to stand up for democracy and voted no. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have shown a clear desire for Senate reform. Unlike the opposition coalition, our government is committed to reforming Canada's Senate so it better reflects a 21st century democracy. Our Senate term limits bill would limit the term of senators to a single 8-year term instead of the current terms of up to 45 years. If the NDP and their coalition partners were truly serious about democratizing Canada's Senate, they would support our Senate reform efforts, including limiting the terms of senators.
Very good. Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a question for the government. When the official opposition, Mr. Speaker, questioned the cost and consequences of the closure of Camp Mirage and the incompetence of the government and how they handled the negotiations, the Prime Minister referred to those questions and those issues as anti-Canadian. That was the statement that he made. I'd like to ask the government House Leader if the official opposition is anti-Canadian for questioning the costs and consequences of that incompetence, why does the same test not apply to the Minister of National Defence?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I always appreciate getting questions from the member for Toronto Centre. Listen, we had negotiations with United Arab Emirates, Mr. Speaker. The offer that was on the table was not in the best interest of Canada and would have cost Canada literally tens of thousands of jobs, and it wasn't in the Canadian interest, and that's why we said no.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there are always going to be competing accounts of whatever was said or not said at a negotiating table. The fact remains that it's the Minister's own recklessness that has in fact put us in this position. Because at the time the government apparently made its decision, it's not entirely clear whether the government was aware that in fact they were going to need the base not simply until 2011, but until 2014. We know that the original estimate of the cost of this disastrous decision by the government was $300 million. Can the government now tell us how much is it going to cost us in addition to have lost the base in Dubai until 2014?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
No, Mr. Speaker, Canadian industry has supported the decision that we made. Representatives of working men and women, unions, the national unions in Canada have supported the decision the government made. Mr. Speaker, we did it because it was in the best interest of Canada. We did it because if to do otherwise would have cost Canada literally tens of thousands of jobs in the years to come. And that, simply put, is unacceptable.
That is, Mr. Speaker, the minister has made yet another reckless allegation. That is a truly preposterous statement. It's the government that walked away from the negotiation. No one else walked away from the negotiation. It's the government that walked away from the negotiation. Why will the government not admit that it made a disastrous choice, that it was reckless in its behavior, and why won't the government come clean with the actual cost? It's well over $300 million. What is it, 500, 600 million? Tell us what the cost really is, Mr. Speaker.
The member opposite wants to talk about reckless allegations. That's incredibly so, Mr. Speaker. This is the reality. We were negotiating on behalf of Canada. We were negotiating on behalf of Canadian industry, Canadian workers, and the deal on the table was not in the best interest of Canada. Canada is a sovereign country. We're always going to stand up and do what's best for Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister must regret this major diplomatic incident which he triggered a while ago. We're going to have to pay $300 million for a Mirage, and besides that, he's put our soldiers in danger and he's embarrassed them. Why will he not listen to us rather than his part-time defense minister? The Honourable Minister of State.
We'll say once again, the government always chooses arrangements that are in the best interests of Canada and of best value for Canadians. As we've said all along, what the United Arab Emirates were offering was not in the best interest of Canada and would have cost thousands of Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that the government can say whatever it wants. This is going to cost a lot of money because the mission was supposed to end in 2011, but now we've got 3 extra years. So we're going to be there till 2014. Does this mean that the $300 million, 3 times, is going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars more? Or hundreds of millions, rather? Does the minister not realize that his ego and his fight with the Minister of... The Honourable Minister of State.
What the United Arab Emirates was offering was simply not in the best interests of Canada. It would have cost jobs. It was a principled decision on behalf of Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the cable project at Newfoundland, Labrador, and Nova Scotia, the Minister of Natural Resources of Quebec, Nathalie Normando, said that she was assured by her federal counterpart that the government would not fund this electric transmission line. With the responses provided by the minister, does this mean that they're going back on their word? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we know very well that our department has a program to help in this file. The Department of Natural Resources saw no problem in assisting this project. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, hiding behind PVP Canada and its pseudo-autonomy is a case of bad faith. The government appoints the administrators, the government provides financing, and the federal government sets the mandate. Can the government confirm that it will not fund, directly or indirectly, this cable project, which would be unfair competition for Hydro-Quebec, which never got 1 red cent for building its facilities? The Honourable Honourable Government House Leader. Well, there is an agreement with Newfoundland, Labrador, and Nova Scotia, and this is not a. This is an independent, arm's length company. Now, Quebec will get its share. We have many programs within our infrastructure program, and if Quebec wants something, well, we're open to that. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has spent more than $66 billion for fossil energies and $6 billion for nuclear energy. But Quebec had to go it alone. We developed our energy system without federal help. Now the government is going to be financing an electric transmission line to get around Quebec and compete on the American market. This is profoundly unfair. Is the government ready to tell us that it will not directly or indirectly fund these transmission lines?
It's been answered again today by our House Leader. The government's created the Public-Private Partnership Canada to ensure Canada's infrastructure needs are met while also protecting taxpayers' money. As a Crown Corporation, it operates at arm's length from the federal government. Certainly any province is able and capable of making submissions under that the PPP3 proposal.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government can't hide behind this Crown Corporation. It is a creature of the Conservatives. 25% of its funding comes from Quebecers' taxes. The federal government has no right to fund, with money coming from Quebecers, a cable that will help them compete with Hydro-Quebec. Is it not normal that if Newfoundland and Nova Scotia get this network, let them do as Quebec does and let them pay for it?
Interest in building Canada or building positive construction in Canada. And clearly PPP's been put in place at arm's length from the government in order to encourage provinces to come forward with projects. And the government's going to consider those projects. Quebec has the same opportunity as every other province to bring forward projects to PP3, and we welcome them because we want to work with the provinces as we've done in the past, and we will continue to do in the future.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians just cannot understand why the Prime Minister is breaking his promise to bring back our troops from Afghanistan. We know that the Liberal leader opened the door to an extension of the military mission in June. We know that the Foreign Affairs Minister then started to negotiate with the Liberals. Will the government now come clean on their negotiations? How many phone calls took place? How many meetings occurred? What else is in this Conservative-Liberal deal that keeps our troops in harm's way for 3 more years?
The Honourable Governor.
This government recognizes the fact that we are a minority government, and we regularly work with opposition members from all 3 parties. We think that's an important responsibility. I've regularly worked with members of the New Democratic Party. I've worked with that one, and that one.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister sits down in Lisbon to get his marching orders from NATO, Canadians have come to realize that they cannot trust the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister promised time and time again that our troops would be back in 2011. Right. They've broken that promise. They made a deal with the Liberals to keep our troops in this war zone for 3 more dangerous years. And we can't even trust that. They've extended it twice already. After all their broken promises, how can they expect Canadians to believe them this time?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
You know, Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear with Canadians, we've been very clear with our allies that the combat mission in Afghanistan will end in 2011, and we will honour that promise. But what we do want to do is to transition out of that combat mission and continue to provide aid and focus on development in Afghanistan. And as the Prime Minister said, a non-combat training role will ensure the progress made by Canadian forces to date survives.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has done more than its share in Afghanistan by extending the military mission. Without a vote in Parliament, the government has gone too far. Canada is going to have more soldiers in Afghanistan than 35 other countries: Norway, Sweden, Belgium, Denmark, Finland, Hungary, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Portugal, and I could go on. Why do the Conservatives always want to do more for a war that's going nowhere?
State for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is committed to helping the Afghan people build a country that is more secure, stable and self-sufficient and is no longer a haven for terrorists. As we have said, the combat mission will end in 2011. The facts indicate the Afghan security forces need more training. We don't want to risk the gains for which Canadian soldiers have fought so bravely and sacrificed.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday government officials explained that the industry minister's G8 slush fund was created to provide gifts to the voters in his riding who were, and I quote, inconvenienced by the summit. The minister, of course, used his slush fund to build public bathrooms, miniature lighthouses, sidewalks to nowhere, gazebos in towns up to hundreds of kilometres away from the inconvenience of the summit. Meanwhile, Toronto business owners received nothing for enduring the inconvenience and the riots that surrounded the G20. Why the double standard, Mr. Speaker?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as we have said any number of times, there is a compensation policy in place. And it is exactly the same policy that has been used by previous governments for past summits. All claims were to be submitted by November 18th of this year, that is due this week, in order to be eligible, and that assessment of claims will be made in close cooperation with the Audit Services Canada, payments administered in accordance with Treasury Board policy.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Restaurant and Food Services Association said that restaurant owners in Toronto still haven't received the federal compensation they were promised for the business losses they incurred during the G20. I guess to the Conservatives, losing more than half your business at the height of the tourist season isn't an inconvenience if you live in Toronto, nor does it merit compensation. It's been 5 months. When will the Conservatives cut the checks they promised?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Deadline was yesterday. It's not unreasonable that the checks might take longer than 24 hours to be delivered. I would encourage all Canadians, including the member opposite who have questions about the mechanism, to consult the g20.gc.c website for the appropriate answers.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, 5 months after the G20 billion debacle, the government is still ignoring the parliamentary order to release details of $100 million of contracts which were due by October the 12th. Those expenses were signed off by Julian Fantino, the Conservative candidate in the November 29th Vaughan by-election. Coincidentally, the government will not release the information until December 1st. Why are the Conservatives so desperately trying to hide Julian Fantino and his expenses?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, these silly questions will end after November the 29th, but I would remind my colleague across the hall here, the agreement was signed by Ontario Minister Rick Bartolucci, who the member would probably recognize as a Liberal colleague. That was signed in March of 2010. But, Mr. Speaker, as host of a nation of unprecedented back-to-back G8 and G20 summits, we're proud of their success. As we've said all along, the majority of the costs for the summits were security-related. Approximately 20,000 security personnel were tasked with safeguarding both summits.
Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday that the parliamentary secretary told us that the budget was the 100 million is under budget. In fact, that means that they have the full details now. So here's where we are, Mr. Speaker. The minister is in contempt of Parliament. Julian Fantino is in hiding, and the details of the $100 million are still missing. Since Mr. Fantino has the information now, why doesn't the government find him, bring him to committee, swear him in, and order him to tell the truth and explain how he spent the money?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I expect my colleague will be able to ask that member here after November the 29th. But, Mr. Speaker, there were public statements made by the OPP that their costs are expected to come in well under budget. And, Mr. Speaker, that summit was unprecedented in its success. We have been disclosing the full-to-date details of the cost of the summit. That is further proof of our government's commitment to transparency and accountability.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, we know that the government doesn't like to be criticised abroad. By refusing that the Bloc Québécois take part in the Canadian delegation at the NATO summit, the Conservatives have made sure that Quebec's voice will not be heard.
Can the government guarantee that it will not do the same thing at the Cancun Summit on climate change and that the Bloc Québécois will be able to defend Quebec's vision? Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear. The member of the Bloc is very welcome to come to the next conference with me. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. For Quebec, environment and economy go together. The oil economy is making Canada rich but is impoverishing Quebec. Quebec is well placed, however, to profit from the green economy. The economic future of Quebec is linked to the environment, and so Quebec wants its voice to be heard in Cancun. Will the Minister of the Environment confirm that Quebec's voice will be heard in Cancun? Well, of course, Mr. Speaker. The critic of the Bloc and any other member who wants is welcome to accompany me and to be part of Canada's delegation. And I'm quite sure that the Minister of the Environment of Quebec will go to Cancun as well, and that's very appropriate. They're all welcome. And if the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges wants to go, she's also welcome. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the members of the National Assembly unanimously adopted a motion asking for a change to Bill C-32 on copyright. The National Assembly wants to show solidarity with creators and artists who have been criticizing the creation of a new group of workers who will be dispossessed of the products of their work, and this for the profit of big businesses, big distribution. Will the government finally listen to Quebec and change its bill to protect artists and Quebec culture?
I appreciate getting this question from my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker. This Parliament, in fact, a special legislative committee is going to be considering Bill C-32 beginning next week. And I think it's important that the member is aware of how many people actually support this bill. Over 400 film, television, and interactive media companies, 150 chief executives across Canada representing companies with $4.5 trillion in assets, 38 multinational software companies, including Corel, Dell, HP, Apple, IBM, and Intel, 300 of Canada's Boards of Trades Association, 25 university student associations. It's a big page, Mr. Speaker. I hope he has another question. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, Mr. Speaker, more than 50,000 creators, artists, and craftspeople in Quebec have vigorously criticized certain aspects of Bill C-32, which contains not less than 17 exemptions from the obligation to pay copyright. ADISC, the UDA, CERTEC, DAMIC, the SODRC, all the cultural world in Quebec wants amendments. Will the government amend its law to protect the rights of Quebec artists? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'll just continue a little further down the page with all of these groups that have came forward supporting Bill C-32, Mr. Speaker. Companies like, well, how about entertainment software companies, including EA, Microsoft, Nintendo, and Ubisoft? I think some of those are in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. They're supporting us.
Sure are.
You know, Mr. Speaker, ultimately, here's what this is about. The Bloc, the NDP, and the Liberal Party all voted earlier in this House to extend something that we've referred to as the iTax, a tax on digital devices, memory devices. Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not want to pay fees and taxes on upgrading and updating media. This kind of tax on technology, that's regressive thinking. That's the Bloc.
The Honourable Member for Boise-Journal.
Mr. Speaker, jour après jour, le gouvernement démontre son...
Day after day, the government is showing its inability to manage Canadian taxpayers' money. They refused to hold a Canada-wide competition for the F-35s, and which will cost over $3 billion for Canadians. They're refusing to help family caregivers while they've been asking for help. When will this become a priority for the Conservative government? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Addressing all those things, but the other thing we're addressing is what we need to give to our men and women of the Canadian Forces to do the jobs that we give them to do. the honourable member pulls out this figure out of the air of $3 billion that somebody who has not been involved with the program for many, many years and is not current with what's actually going on has picked out of the air and has decided that's a number that has some relevance. It has no basis in fact. There's absolutely nothing to that. It is a completely fantasy number. Mr. Speaker, we are getting the best airplane at the best price with the best participation by Canadian industry, and that's a win-win for Canada all around.
The conservative procurement process for the F-35 is failing, and we can now see why. Yesterday, that same parliamentary secretary said, and I quote, "Nothing much has changed," end of quote, since the 1964 Defence White Paper. It seems the Conservatives haven't noticed that the Cold War has ended. No wonder they're afraid of 1950s propeller planes. Won't the government do the right thing, hold an open Canadian competition to save at least $3 billion for taxpayers? That's something Lester Pearson would have done in 1964.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, a lot has changed since 1964, but apparently not the Liberals' thinking. What hasn't changed since 1964 is Canada's overall priorities of defending Canadian sovereignty, Canadian airspace, and doing the right thing on the international stage under NORAD, NATO, and other international commitments. And that's exactly what we're going to be able to do with the F-35. Again, Mr. Speaker, my colleague is picking a number of $3 billion out of the air. It is not substantiated by anything other than the opinion of a man who has not been involved in the program for over 5 years. And I would prefer to rely on the Canadian experts who have been following this program at a very high level for many, many years.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Well, this government claims to care about veterans. It ignored their concerns for 5 years. It took Canadian heroes, a passionate, outspoken ombudsman, and even a National Day of Protest to force this government to finally announce changes. Veterans remain disappointed and are already discussing another day of protest. Is it going to take another National Day of Protest, unprecedented in over 100 years, to reel this Prime Minister out of his corner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member opposite would know, as a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, we have discussed at some length, including our witness yesterday, Senator Dallaire, the many changes that have come with the Charter and the improvements being made. And certainly there are still challenges ahead, but I think she'd have to agree that the initiatives taken by the government are moving us in the right direction, responding directly to the veterans' needs, and showing that this government does care very, very much about the great job and sacrifice our veterans have made for Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, veterans feel betrayed. The government failed to address their chief concern of the lump sum payment. Insufficient support is insufficient support, whether it's a one-time payment or divided up over years. Why does this government refuse to follow normal procedures to buy stealth fighter jets, which would free up $3 billion, which could then be invested in our veterans?
And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, she's now off on a fantasy flight of some sort that I'm not sure where that lack of logic comes from. And I know she does purport to care for veterans. But one time in her response, she should show and recognize what many, many have, that terrific methods and terrific changes have taken place. At least once recognize that we're responding to the needs of veterans and share in that particular commitment to our veterans, which is so very, very important.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's aerospace industry is shocked by the Liberal leader's vow to kill the F-35 program that will create thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in benefits. It will also give our troops the best equipment available. The Liberal leader introduced a motion to officially kill jobs and deny our troops the equipment they need. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence tell this House what the aerospace industry said about the Liberal motion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government is obviously committed to getting the best equipment for our men and women in uniform. We're also committed to giving the best opportunity to Canadian industry. And, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what Claude Lajeunesse of the Air Industries Association of Canada said. Cancellation and delay of this purchase will not only mean lost jobs and investment related to 65 planes, but also billions of dollars and thousands of Canadian jobs lost relating to thousands of planes to be built as part of the broader program. Let me also quote what the member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, when asked whether the member was willing to put Canadian jobs, aerospace, and our military at risk by supporting cancelling this F-35 purchase. The member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor said no.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
We're cleaning up the broken glass from the G20. A picture was emerging of the massive slush fund that had been set up for Muskoka. $50 million in taxpayers' money was funneled into a Tory minister's riding under the pretext of the G8 for inconveniences. Some inconvenience. It's a staggering list of vanity pork barrel projects that had nothing to do with the summit. Meanwhile, Toronto was left out in the cold. How can the government defend this gross misuse of taxpayers' dollars?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as part of Canada's Economic Action Plan, there were investments made in the region of Muskoka to support the summit, to spruce it up for the huge number of international visitors and huge number of media that would be not just at the summit site, but even hundreds of kilometres away. And some investments were also made in municipal infrastructure to compensate the community for the inconveniences. That's something that's happened in past summits and certainly not unusual.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Sorry photo op. Businesses were trashed. They shut down the city. Shopkeepers are still waiting for compensation. Meanwhile, this government was investing in defending a Conservative cabinet minister by sending $50 million into his riding. And the question is simple. Why did the government leave a Tory riding littered with $100 bills while the streets of Toronto were littered with broken glass?
The Honourable Government House.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague from the Department of Foreign Affairs has already spoken to the compensation plans that are available. The deadline was just yesterday, and they'll be processed as expeditiously as possible. I can also say this, as this government has made unprecedented investments in the City of Toronto, whether it's in public transit, whether it's in arts and culture, whether it's in municipal infrastructure. No government has done more to support Toronto's infrastructure in 5 short years than this government, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian government's foreign policy on Africa is becoming increasingly clear. The government is abandoning Africa. It has completely lost interest. After dropping 7 African countries from the list for priority official development assistance, the government is preparing to close further embassies in Africa. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs confirm to us that no Canadian embassies in Africa will close their doors? The Honourable Minister of State.
Yes, I can, Mr. Speaker. Every year, the Government of Canada Property Holdings reviews our embassies abroad. There's an ongoing program in place to review property, and decisions are made based on value principles applied in these decisions. As part of the ongoing review, 12 to 15 properties every year are sold on average in any given year. The normal practice is to replace them with a more appropriate property.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, the Official Languages Committee wants to meet with Foreign Affairs Department officials to know why there are problems with services in French in Canadian embassies abroad. The committee clerk has tried time and time again to find out and speak to the right person in the department and still has no news from Foreign Affairs. Can the minister explain to us why his department is remaining silent? Or perhaps he is the one that is trying to get away with something that is unjustifiable?
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade regularly reviews our bilingualism policy as it's applied in missions abroad. Bilingualism is an important component in Canada's international relations, of course, and we place great efforts to promote linguistic duality. While I'm disappointed by the department's overall grade in this past year and by complaints as cited by my colleague, the official language investigators have noted very high levels of service availability.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, for months, Haitians have been dealing with a serious outbreak of cholera. This epidemic has killed over 1,000 people, and 10 months after the earthquake, up to 1 million people still live in tents and lack clean water, the source of the cholera outbreak. Why is this government not showing leadership on this crisis? Why are we not hearing anything from the government on this issue? And when will the government report to Parliament and give us an update on this crisis?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and we are very concerned. The latest report indicates that 1,100 lives have been lost and 18,000 people have been hospitalized. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to announce and inform my colleague that today we are adding $4 million to combat this cholera outbreak. Working with organizations such as the Pan American Health Organization and UNICEF, we will be providing more prevention campaigns, more medical supplies, and clean.
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, these are empty promises. The government is promising to promise, making commitments to commit, but this doesn't bring medication. Announcements doesn't bring clean water. You promised millions after the earthquake, but very little came to Haiti. Will they be doing the same in this case? Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, I announce that Canada has committed $5 million to fight the outbreak in cholera. This money is being dispensed, and in fact, millions of litres of water is being provided. We have organizations on the ground. As you know, this is a growing outbreak, and we will continue to monitor the situation.
The honourable member for Trinity-Spadina.
Canada brings in 200,000 temporary foreign workers, and this government does nothing while the right to join a union is denied. The United Nations has just ruled on a complaint filed by UFCW that Canada is trampling on the human rights of these migrant workers. Canadians believe it is illegal to exploit workers and deny them the right to organize. Will this government make respect for human rights a condition for provincial participation in the temporary foreign workers program?
Great question. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government will take no lectures or direction from the opposition in dealing with the temporary foreign worker program. That's right. It is, in fact, a program that has been successful from one side of this country to the other. That's right. It puts people to work in circumstances from other countries where we cannot fill those positions here in Canada. It allows them to help their families. It allows them to help their country. It allows them to lead a life that they wouldn't have been able to had they had to stay in their country. This is a program that works. You go to province after province after province who is seeking for us to enlarge and make this program bigger because how successful it's been.
The best way to protect vulnerable migrants and help them go after those who exploit them is to let them stay in Canada permanently. Migrants are often targeted by crooks and traffickers. Some are sold to the sex trade. I see today the Conservatives are having a press conference on vulnerable migrants. Will the minister commit to providing real protection to the most vulnerable migrants and let them stay in Canada so they can go after those who exploit them?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, every temporary foreign worker that comes to this country does so under Canadian labour law. That's right. And it is upheld, it is enforced, and it is there to protect those who come here to work in this country. If the member has a specific example that she'd like to bring forward, I can tell you this minister and this ministry will act immediately on it to ensure that no labour law has been broken. This program is for our country. This program is for foreign workers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, some say it is the best foreign aid program we have in this country.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberal Bloc NDP coalition failed Canadians when it chose to stand in the way of rapid passage for our Conservative government Senate terms limits bill. Time and again, our government has reintroduced legislation to make Canada's Senate more democratic and accountable, only to be thwarted by the opposition. Can the Minister of State for Democratic Reform please tell this House and in fact all Canadians, why Senate reform is so important to our government.
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for an excellent question. The Prime Minister and our government remain committed to reforming the Senate to reflect the values that we as Canadians have in the 21st century. That is why this government has introduced legislation that would limit Senate terms from up to 45 years to one single term of 8 years. We believe that Canadians support this legislation overwhelmingly. We've also introduced legislation to encourage provinces to have elections. Unlike our opposition coalition over there, our government believes that all parliamentarians should be elected and accountable.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Agriculture demonstrated his word is meaningless when it comes to the food safety issues. Originally committing to implement all the Weatherhill recommendations, the Minister has now admitted the government has never done the critical audit called for in the Weatherhill report. That report called for a third-party audit of CFIA inspection resources, which would include an examination of how many plants each inspector should be responsible for. Why has the government not acted on this key recommendation? Is it because it could show government neglect on food safety?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary and Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is that an independent review, a thorough review, was done, and a frontline assessment in cooperation with the union, both of which confirm that our work to improve food safety is working. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, we've invested $75 million. We're moving forward on these recommendations contained within the Weatherall report, and we're in the process of hiring an additional 170 new inspectors.
Wow.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Contrary to what the Minister has claimed, and after checking with those in charge of the 2011 festivities, Lévis will be receiving only $1 million from the Cultural Capitals Program, and Vancouver will be receiving $1.75 million. Lévis and Vancouver are in the same category, however, that is, cities over 125,000 residents. Can the Minister tell us if Lévis will get the same treatment as Vancouver and receive $1.75 million as well from the Cultural Capitals Program?
Mr. Speaker, what a wonderful opportunity to stand up and congratulate the hard-working member from Lévis-Bellechasse, my colleague here, who is championing through the Cultural Capitals Program for his home riding. You know, only 3 cities out of 11 that applied were honoured with the title of Cultural Capital. Lévis-Bellechasse was one of them. An outstanding member of Parliament, a great city, well-deserved. We're honoured to support them with this.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic. Order.
Yesterday at Transport.
Order. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at Transport Committee, in response to my questions, the Privacy Commissioner said personal information about Canadians provided under Bill C-42 to American security agencies can be used for any purpose, immigration, law enforcement, or even sent to foreign countries. 2 days earlier, the Minister of Public Safety testified this could not happen, saying, "It would be unlawful, is my understanding of American law, to use it for any other purpose." Who should we believe, the Minister or the Privacy Commissioner? When will the Conservatives come clean on protecting Canadians' privacy?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is obviously an important piece of legislation that's before committee. We have a lot of regard for the Privacy Commissioner. We'll continue to work with her on these issues. There is a small amount of information that's being requested by the Obama administration. We'll also continue to work with them. We've got to ensure that our aviation system is safe, that we can cooperate with our allies, and ensure that Canadians' reasonable expectation of privacy is respected.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to taxes, the choice is clear. The risky Liberal Bloc NDP coalition would impose higher taxes on Canadian families and job creators. Tax hikes would kill
400,000 Canadian jobs, according to experts. On the other hand, the Conservative government believes in lower taxes. We cut over 100 taxes since coming to office. Total savings for a typical family are over $3,000. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please inform the House what a major international study said today about Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London. Unlike the Liberals, we believe in lower taxes for Canadians by leaving more money in their pockets where it belongs. A PricewaterhouseCoopers study released today reveals Canada has leaped to the top of the global rankings as the best place for job creators. According to that report, our tax cuts for job creators mean that Canada is moving in the right direction, stimulating economic growth and restoring confidence following the global economic recession. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
The minister should know the difference between an audit and a review, and it was an audit that was called for to determine the level of inspectors needed and how many facilities each inspector should be responsible for. Canadians want confidence that inspectors are in place to do the job. This government has denied Canadians that right. Sheila Wetherill demanded the audit because she clearly had no more confidence in the government than we do. Just what is it that this minister doesn't get about his responsibilities for food safety?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we take food safety very seriously. As I already explained, we conducted a thorough independent review. We are in the process of hiring 170 new inspectors. We have invested an additional $75 million in the CFIA. Since 2006, we have added to the number of inspectors 538 new inspectors. This member himself has said, I personally believe that our food is safe in Canada.
The Honourable Member,
the Honourable Member for Versailles Patriote. The Minister of Citizenship and Immigration says that he is worried that a lack of knowledge about Canadian history among new arrivals in Canada may lead to social unrest. And this is why he created a genuine propaganda guide to present Canadian history. The guide, however, says nothing about Bill 101 and the need for immigrants to attend school in French in Quebec. Should the minister not revise his message to say clearly to new immigrants that in Quebec things work in French?
Mr. Speaker, in this country, if a document or a book sells more than 5,000 copies, it's considered a gold bestseller. The new citizenship guide, over 250,000 copies of it have been distributed across this country. This document can't stay on the shelf fast enough because Canadian citizens and those who want to become new Canadians are picking that document up. We haven't had an update like this in decades, Mr. Speaker. They want to become Canadians. They want to understand the history of this country, whether they're in British Columbia, Quebec, Nova Scotia, Ontario. They love it, and they're going to use it.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives will stop at nothing to interfere with the election of Canadian Wheat Board directors, gerrymandering voters' lists, using tax dollars to spread propaganda while putting a gag order on the Canadian Wheat Board, and even withholding initial payment checks to farmers to bias the vote. This behavior is a disgrace and an affront to democracy. Why don't they quit their ideological crusade to destroy this great prairie institution and join with the rest of us in celebrating the Canadian Wheat Board instead of trying to smash this great Canadian institution?
Right on. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as usual, this member comes late to the debate. He knows full well that the majority of Western Canadian farmers want choice. And if he understood farming at all in Western Canada, he would understand the necessity for it. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to address the fact he can't seem to get along with anyone. He certainly can't cooperate with Western Canadian farmers. But the Forest Products Association actually sent a letter to his leader asking if the NDP shared his views that Canada's forest products industry is neither sustainable nor environmentally sound. They went on to say that the tone and nature of his questions at committee are completely unacceptable and serve only to perpetuate a stereotypical view of the industry that's been dealt with 10 years ago. They're asking his leader to repudiate his views.
Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt des documents. The Honourable The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions.
Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Baird for Mr. Kenny, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Baird for Mr. Kenny, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Déclaration des ministres. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, entitled Young Farmers, the Future of Agriculture. And while I'm standing, Mr. Speaker, I also have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food in relation to producer cars.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt des projets de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after consultations with the other parties with respect to a take-note debate on pensions, I'd like to move, seconded by the Chief Government Whip, that a take-note debate on the subject of the national discussion focusing on improvements to Canada's retirement income system, including the ongoing dialogue between federal, provincial and territorial governments and consultations with all Canadians, take place pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2010.
Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that a take-note debate on the subject of the national discussion focusing on improvements to Canada's retirement income system, including the ongoing dialogue between federal, provincial and territorial governments and consultations with all Canadians, take place pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2010. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition deals with the deteriorating state of tourism in Canada and the precarious state of hunting and fishing lodges in this country as well. Signed by dozens of Canadians and calls on the Canadian government to negotiate with the United States government to reduce the United States and Canadian passport fees. The number, Mr. Speaker, of American tourists visiting Canada is at its lowest level since 1972. In fact, it's fallen by 5 million visits in the last 7 years alone, from 16 million in 2002 to only 11 million in 2009. Passport fees for an American family of 4 can be over $500 U.S. In fact, while 50% of Canadians have passport, only 25% of Americans do. At the recent Midwest Legislative Conference, composed of states from Illinois to North Dakota, I'll
just remind the Honourable Member that the standing orders allow members to provide a brief explanation for petitions, but it's not an opportunity to make a speech.
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table in the House a petition signed by the workers in the Machinists Union at Air Canada, a local, asking the Government of Canada to ensure the enforcement of the Air Canada Public Participation Act of 1988, especially as it applies to the 23,000 indirect and direct jobs at Mississauga and elsewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise with this petition concerning the need to change the Canada Investment Act, particularly Section 36, that has allowed Vale and Xstrata to buy up Canadian properties without having to make any real commitments. Of course, we make this presentation now as Thompson is being told that their smelter is being shut down. It's the latest in serious moves by both Vale and Xstrata to rip apart the production capacity of base metal mining in this country. So the petitioners are calling on the government to set up clear rules and clear transparency so that we can hold these foreign corporate raiders to account. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first calls upon the House of Commons and indeed the government as well, to respect human life and to provide protection for human life from conception until natural death. The petitioners draw to the attention of the House the fact that it's been 40 years, 41 actually, since Parliament passed the law to permit abortion, and that since 1988 Canada's had no law whatsoever to protect the lives of unborn children, including those who are moments away from natural birth. That's the first petition. Mr. Speaker, the second petition relates to the issue of pornography and child pornography in particular. It takes the form of one of the white ribbon campaigns that go on across the country and calls upon the House to combat pornography, particularly because of its impact on children. Mr. Speaker, this second petition is not in the appropriate form for the House, but given the goodwill of the members, the people who presented it, and the importance of the issue, I wonder if you could seek the unanimous consent of the House to accept this petition as well.
Is there unanimous consent to allow the member to present the petition, which may or may not be in the usual order? No? No, there's no consent. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, the petition I have in hand here again is from individuals, the undersigned individuals that are greatly concerned and drawing attention to the House to the fact that Canada is a country respecting human rights, and in fact we have included in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that everyone has the right to life. And they, as with the last petition, remind us that it's been now 40 years where Parliament has had no law to protect the lives of unborn children. And so they're asking Parliament to pass legislation for the protection of human life from the time of conception right on until natural death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q420 and Q425. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q407, 408, 409, and 429 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions Q407, Q408, Q409, and Q429 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Oh, the Honourable Member for York West is running out of some point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the government's argument that Bill C-568, an act to amend the Statistics Act, which is the mandatory long-term census form, requires a royal recommendation. May I continue, Mr. Speaker? Thank you. We believe it does not, Mr. Speaker, and I will explain why. First, we'd like to remind the House that Bill C-568 was not included in the Speaker's list of items which, in your view, Mr. Speaker, might require royal recommendation. As all members know in this House, the Speaker always makes a statement on this question following a private member's replenishment. Mr. Speaker, however, in his remarks, the Parliamentary Secretary made the argument that this bill would not only require the expenditure of funds, but also change the mandate of Statistics Canada and give it so-called new responsibilities. Now, before going any further, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read sections of the actual mandate of Statistics Canada under the Act. Section 3 states, "There shall continue to be a Statistics Bureau under the Minister, to be known as Statistics Canada, the duties of which are: A, to collect, compile, analyze, abstract, and publish statistical information relating to the commercial, industrial, financial, social, economic, and general activities and condition of the people. And subsection C, to take the Census of Population of Canada and the Census of Agriculture of Canada as provided in the Act. And subsection E, Mr. Speaker, generally to promote and develop integrated social and economic statistics pertaining to the whole of Canada and to each of the provinces thereof, and to coordinate plans for the integration of those statistics. So, Mr. Speaker, this begs the question, what exactly does Bill C-568 do? Does this bill create a new responsibility for Statistics Canada, as has been suggested? Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that their mandate is to take information for the census, and it's as simple as that. This is not a new responsibility. This bill does not propose to produce a new function. We are not changing the mandate of Statistics Canada, Mr. Speaker. We are simply asking Statistics Canada to undertake the census how it has taken the census for the last 40 years, with a mandatory long form. We are not changing the mandate of Statistics Canada. We are simply enabling Statistics Canada to fulfill its existing mandate. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary also argued that this bill imposes a cost of $50 million to carry out the long-form census. This is entirely false, Mr. Speaker, in our view. The bill doesn't impose any costs since the government already conducts a short and long-form census. The forms are being printed and the money is already being spent. Bill C-568 simply ensures that it is mandatory for Canadians who receive the long-form census to respond to it. As a result, there are no additional expenditures required from Statistics Canada to do this. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, because the long-form census is no longer mandatory, the government must print and mail significantly more forms out to the public to gather the necessary data and compensate for a reduction in the rate of response. It is estimated the new voluntary form will in fact, Mr. Speaker, cost $30 million more, and as a result, Bill C-568 will actually reduce expenditures. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, actually reduce expenditures by $30 million. In summary, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-568 does not change the mandate of Statistics Canada. It simply enables Statistics Canada to fulfill its existing mandate and reduces, not increases, expenditures by $30 million. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, we believe this bill does not require a royal recommendation, and we look forward to your adjudication and ruling on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Chair will take that on advisement. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-10, the Constitution Act 2010, Senate term limits, and on the amendment of Mr. Cullen.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have this opportunity and thank the member for Mississauga South for his applause. Mr. Speaker, it's good to have a chance to speak to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1967 on Senate term limits. And this bill actually seeks to establish a term limit of 8 years for senators in Canada. That's the key part of this legislation. Now, what we're actually debating today is an amendment to the main motion that was moved by my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. And that amendment reads the amendment motion reads that the House declines to give second reading to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1967 on Senate term limits, because the term limits do not go far enough in addressing the problems with the Senate of Canada and do not lead quickly enough to the abolition of the upper chamber as recent events have shown to be necessary. And, Mr. Speaker, it's an unusual step for us to take to move that kind of motion in debate on a bill like this, especially a bill that we had indicated we would support to get to committee for further discussion and for improvement. We were already out saying that even though we have very serious problems with the Senate, even though we've called for the abolition of this Senate, that we were prepared to see this bill debated further at committee and hopefully improved at committee. But the events of the past week have certainly changed our opinion about what should be done at the present time about the Senate and the government's attitude towards Canada's democracy and how this Parliament functions. And what I'm referring to there is the decision by the government, by the Prime Minister, to call on his senators to defeat the Climate Change Accountability Act, a private member's bill that moved all the way through the House of Commons, that was debated here in the House, that went to committee, had hearings, lengthy hearings, a lengthy process on that bill by the elected representative of the Canadian people here in the House of Commons, passed all stages here in the House and was sent to the Senate, where it languished for months. It was finally passed back in the spring of this year and sat in the Senate without any action until earlier this week when, out of the blue, the bill was called and it was defeated. And without a hearing, without a reference to committee, nothing, no activity, no debate whatsoever at the Senate. And this is clearly an action by the government to defeat the only possibility of Canadian action on climate change that was in the works. This bill was something that New Democrats had put forward. We put it forward in the last Parliament. You'll remember, Mr. Speaker, that our earlier attempt at the Climate Change Accountability Act in the last Parliament, in the 39th Parliament, was Bill 377, which, after a great deal of hard work on the part of many members of the House of Commons, with the input from environmental leaders and other leaders from across Canada, that actually passed through the House of Commons in 2008. And that was a cause for celebration among Canadians who are concerned about climate change, who are concerned about the environment, because that was the first time any legislature in the world had actually passed legislation that would deal with the post-Kyoto greenhouse gas reduction targets. So Canada, this Parliament, this House of Commons, took an extremely important step back in the last Parliament in 2008 with the passage of the Climate Change Accountability Act. Now, unfortunately, the election was called and interrupted that progress. It stopped the bill in its tracks and meant that it had to start all over again when we returned after that election in 2008. And New Democrats did put it back on the agenda. Our member from Thunder Bay put that bill back on the agenda and had it debated here in the House. And it went through the same long, laborious process and was again passed in May 2010. So on two occasions, the elected representatives of the Canadian people, the members of the House of Commons, have dealt with this important piece of legislation and have passed it. And when it was finally sent off to the Senate, where in our process it needs to be dealt with further, go through the same kind of process, the unelected and unaccountable members of the Senate, presumably under marching orders from the Prime Minister, killed the bill without so much as a debate, without so much as a referral to committee for further study. An absolutely outrageous affront to our democracy and an unconscionable use of the power of the Senate, of the unelected and unaccountable appointed Senate. This bill, the Climate Change Accountability Act, would have established greenhouse gas reduction targets 25% below 1990 levels by 2020 and 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. And it was hailed as important legislation by many respected people. And I have to point out that Mark Jacquard and Associates, an independent environmental assessment firm, and Mr. Jacquard's an important scientist, environmental scientist from Simon Fraser University, did a survey of this bill, and their conclusion about Bill C-11, the NDP's Climate Change Accountability Act, was that the targets that it established will also encourage growing the economy, increasing jobs, and improving the quality of life for Canadians. So they said that there was a positive impact of this bill, an analysis that flies in the face of the government's blanket denunciation, blanket rejection of the proposals that are in the NDP's Climate Change Accountability Act. So unfortunately, this action has stopped any reasonable, any effective, any appropriate Canadian response to climate change. Stopped it dead in its tracks. It was our best opportunity, and it's gone. And it was done by unaccountable, unelected senators appointed by a prime minister who, at one time, didn't seem to have much regard for the unelected, unaccountable Senate. We've seen on a number of occasions that the prime minister and his reform predecessors had great criticism for the Senate. The Prime Minister in December 2005 said, "An appointed Senate is a relic of the 19th century." And, you know, we have to agree with the Prime Minister. Not often that I do, but on that I certainly do. An unelected, appointed body is a relic of another era. It's an anti-democratic relic of a colonial era. And some of the requirements to be a senator are relics of that era as well. The fact that you have to be 30 years old before you can be appointed a senator. The fact that you actually have to own property outright in Canada before you can be a senator. Now, even though the threshold now is really low, the intention years ago was to make sure that you were from the moneyed classes, that you had that expectation that you would represent that class in Canada. Well, today the threshold is low, but the requirement is still there. And we've even seen in the past an interesting example when a nun was appointed to the Senate and didn't because of vows of poverty, didn't have any property, and her order had to actually transfer some land and put it in her name so she could actually take her seat in the Senate. I mean, just points out the ridiculousness of that requirement. And any Canadian, if this was a legitimate body of any age, he was of voting age, no matter what their personal economic circumstances, should be able to serve in a body in the Canadian Parliament. But not here in Canada, and not with this Senate. So the Prime Minister was right. This unelected, unaccountable body is a relic of another era and of the 19th century. In 2004, in March 2004, the Prime Minister also said, "I will not name appointed people to the Senate.
I remember that.
Anyone who sits in the Parliament of Canada must be elected by the people they represent." Well, Mr. Speaker, how many times has the Prime Minister broken that promise, had turned his back on that statement, that important statement of principle that came out of the convictions of the Reform Party, that came out of the convictions of his predecessors? It boggles the mind the number of times that he's chosen to ignore that advice. So, Mr. Speaker, we're in this corner rarely concerned. We're outraged by what happened this week. It's ironic that we have this bill that would would establish a term limit for senators, but that's not the issue, Mr. Speaker. The issue is still that they're unelected, that they're appointed by the Prime Minister, that they're unaccountable to anybody, whether they're there for 8 years or 45 years. It's still an inappropriate, unelected, unaccountable body, and it shouldn't be part of our system. It's an affront to democracy, and we need to abolish this relic of the past. This is a very important issue. I'm glad that we were able to debate it this week, given that Bill C-10 was on the agenda when this inappropriate use of the Senate's power was mandated by the Prime Minister to kill the Climate Change Accountability Act. And so I think it's been we're very lucky to have had this opportunity to draw to Canadians' attention and draw to the attention of the House why this body is inappropriate and why this proposed Senate reform bill does nothing to address the main problems with the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague from BC for his comments. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, he mentioned the comments of the Prime Minister, and I remember those comments as well. And I remember when the Reform Party was starting off, and people were looking to them for change and to have accountability and democracy and a new voice and a new way of doing politics. And now, as I've said before, there's nothing left
It's a corpse over there, a stinking one at that. It's just sitting there without any principles. They say now, oh, we'll appoint them for 8 years. You know, within 8 years, Mr. Speaker, you have 2 majority governments, and you could still stuff the Senate. So it matters not that you can take it from 45 to 8. It matters whether or not they're elected, and they will not deal with that. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to point to my underline to my colleague from BC. When we did this once, we trusted them once on fixed date elections. Right. No constitutional change, they said. We said, fine, we'll go, we'll sign on with that. But what did they do, Mr. Speaker? Yeah. When they put that into place, they broke their promise, called an election. So why should we trust them on this one? Right. We won't be fooled again, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I agree completely with my colleague from Ottawa Centre, as I regularly do, and that won't surprise anybody here. We heard the constant need. We've heard it from the current Minister for Electoral Reform to modernize the Senate. Well, what do we get instead? We get the same old stuff that we used to get from the Liberals, stacking the Senate with bagmen, with party insiders, with the representatives of the upper class in Canada. We get the same old appointments to stack the Senate, to get government business through, to do the bidding of the Prime Minister. These are people who have no accountability to the Canadian people. The only accountability they have is to the person who appointed them, and that's the Prime Minister. And time after time after time, they show that that's where their accountability lies. I don't want to deny that the Senate hasn't done good work from time to time, but it's still not a legitimate body. Right. I have a mandate from the Canadian people. I stand at election regularly and I'm accountable to the people who elect me. People in the Senate never have to do that, and that's wrong, Mr. Speaker. Exactly.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his comments. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to realize that this bill, Bill C-10, will apply to all the senators that the Prime Minister has appointed since 2008 upon royal assent. Now, the member has talked a lot about the fact that, and I think we will agree that there is an undemocratic and an unaccountable nature to the Senate that we would like to improve. The NDP's position is to abolish the Senate, but that won't happen to just be realistic. But what we can do is introduce term limits, and we can also have Senate elections. I wonder if the member can reflect on this scenario. We have term limits of 8 years. We have the Senate Selection Act, where Canadians will be able to elect their senators on the other side, in the other chamber. We could end up in a scenario where Canadians select an NDP member, and the NDP could end up with senators. And if they had problems like what happened on Tuesday night, NDP senators could stop what the member is complaining about. At least that's an improvement. Would the member not agree?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
No, Mr. Speaker, I don't agree, because an appointed Senate, whether it's for 8 years or 45 years, appointed by the Prime Minister is still wrong, and that's what we're going to get with this bill. This bill doesn't change the fundamental problems with the Canadian Senate. The fundamental problem is that there's still no accountability to the Canadian people, given this legislation, and given the way the current Prime Minister and the current government is using that body. This body it has no legitimacy. Here in the House of Commons, we stand at election. We have to have the confidence of the people in our constituencies to take up the responsibilities we have here. Senators, they don't do that. This bill may limit them to 8 years of unaccountable representation, but that's all it does, and it's not enough. It's a pathetic attempt at modernizing the Senate. It's a pathetic attempt at dealing with the problems of the Canadian Parliament and Canadian democracy, and I think people will see through that, and they'll see through that it's just not good enough when it comes to the kinds of promises this government and this Prime Minister made to the Canadian people before he was elected and when he was running for election. I think there'll be an accountability moment there for this government and the Prime Minister.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak for the Bloc Québécois on Bill C-10, which is a bill that would amend Senate terms. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that the Bloc Québécois is against the principle of C-10, quite simply because this isn't the first time the Conservative government has tried to reform the Constitution without getting the agreement of the provinces. And here again, you know, I'm not exactly a fan of the Canadian Constitution, but Canadians outside Quebec identify with the Constitution. At the end of the 70s, the Supreme Court of Canada looked into Canada's capacity to change alone the Constitution, and the ruling on the upper chamber, changes to the upper chamber, there was a ruling having to do with major changes to the essential character of the Senate unilaterally, and it was found that they should not. So we should accept no change to the Senate except for its abolition. The Conservatives here again are trying to ignore the fact that there's a great will on part of most of the Quebecers, and I don't have the figures, but the great majority of Quebecers would like to see the abolition of the Senate. And this, quite simply because this political structure is outmoded, has done its time. Now, I won't name a certain senator, but I have to deal with a Liberal senator as a son who's going to run in the next campaign, and I don't have anything to say about that in the riding, but I haven't seen him since the year 2000. But still, this senator is pushing his son's candidacy. He's raising money for his son's campaign, but that's what senators do. They're bagmen. They're fundraisers for the Liberal Party, in this case. So probably the same thing with Conservatives. Senators are bagmen for them. Because I've never heard from a former Liberal minister who was going to retire. I heard a story, not a very good story about him, but I think I'll save that for ammunition for the election campaign. But this is a second institution, and we have the House of Commons. Citizens elected us to the House of Commons so that we would adopt legislation, make law. We had the environmental bill, which had been approved, which had been passed by a majority in this House. And then the Conservatives decided that through the Senate they would stop this very important environmental bill. Mr. Speaker, it's a fact. The Conservatives, just like the Liberals, used the Senate because when the Liberals were in power, they did the same sort of partisan thing. And I think that hard-working citizens who are experiencing and have experienced a recession, some of them have lost money that they had hoped to have for their retirement. There are people who put money into RRSPs and they've seen the value of their RRSPs plummet. And here we have this second political institution which costs the state huge amounts of money, and I think it should be abolished. Quebec had an upper chamber, but we got rid of it some time ago. I think this is evolution, Mr. Speaker. I have said that the Conservatives and the Liberals are two old parties who no longer deserve to govern Canada, quite simply because they're governing the same way they did 100 years ago. There's a Liberal senator in my riding who's raising money in his riding to help his son run for office. But I haven't even seen him in the riding for ages. But for some time, we've seen a little more of him because he's starting to get involved in the area a little more because his son is going to be running for office. But otherwise, we never saw him. But I find it very upsetting that the public has to witness this kind of spectacle. In any case, this is not a good thing for democracy. That public money be used to fund a Liberal campaign, to help fund it. All this bill would do would be to make sure that there's a term limit, an 8-year term for senators. But I think that what we have to do is simply abolish it outright. Mr. Speaker, all this institution is for is to help raise money. It did for the Liberals, and now it's doing it for the Conservatives. That's the fact. There are a lot of Canadian and Quebec citizens who are paying their taxes, and they have to also pay sales tax, the GST, the provincial sales tax, and they have to pay for these two institutions, the the House of Commons rather, and the Senate. And I have a few figures here from a poll done by Léger Marketing, and I think it's important to apprise the House of these figures. I think we might mention that polls, and Lord knows we use them often in politics, we're living in the era of polls, but to give you some of the results, only 8% of Quebecers believe that the Red Chamber, the Senate, plays an important role and that the appointment of senators works well. 43% would like to see it abolished. And you can add to that number 23% who don't even understand how it works and can't see what its purpose is. They know it so little that they have no opinion on the Senate. And that's really 23% of Quebecers that don't even really know about the existence of the Senate. That tells you what it's worth to them. So senators are just bagmen. And they raise money for election campaigns. And the Conservative Party, the Conservative Party is very archaic in its position. We saw this with respect to the environment. They haven't evolved very much in the Conservative Party. Well, it's understandable. They came out of the Reform Party, but that the Liberals seem to be hell-bent on wanting to discuss things with them, and they will vote against this bill. At least I give them that. But there are other things that they will be voting for with the Conservatives. But they wouldn't vote for the abolition of the Senate because it may serve them well in the future. And as I said, there was a senator who's raising money for his son to run for elected office. And again, perhaps it's legal to assert but it's not a good thing, and you'll understand, Mr. Speaker, why the Bloc Québécois will be voting against C10.
Commentate?
Questions and comments?
Mr. State for Democratic Reform.
Well, thank you very much, and I listened to the members' comments with interest. I find it ironic that the member was talking about fundraising when the Bloc Québécois almost relies solely on taxpayer subsidy from the Canadian taxpayer for its running of its party. But having said that, Bill C-10 does limit the term of senators. The member is advocating the abolition of the Senate, which is not possible without significant constitutional reform, and would, by the way, reduce the number of representatives in Parliament for Quebec by 24. So the member is actually arguing to reduce the representation of Quebec. What we are arguing is for Quebecers to be represented in Parliament. We're arguing for those there be some accountability, and that in conjunction with the 8-year term limit, that there be elections, voluntary elections by the provinces. Why does this member not want Quebec to be properly represented democratically in this chamber?
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary knows that the Bloc Québécois wants its representation in the Senate not to be changed, and he would like to see British Columbia and Ontario have be more represented in the Senate. So in the Senate, it's an institution that doesn't serve any purpose, and Quebecers are intelligent people. And before the party funding was reformed, we still won in Quebec and will continue to win. State funding stops the party's little friends from corrupting the government. I think that they have their little friends who will help raise money for them, to whom they will be accountable, and for whom they will do favors. We don't do that in the Bloc Québécois. We have integrity.
The Honourable
Questions or comments?
Spain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think many people in Canada have had two underlying suspicions about this government. Number one, that this Prime Minister has absolute contempt for democracy and will step over the bounds of democracy whenever it suits his purpose. The second thing people feel is that this government is little more than a front for big oil and the tar sands. And this week, both those suspicions came together when the government used an unelected, unaccountable body to crush the will of the House of Commons. This is unprecedented, and I think is a very, very disturbing fact, particularly given that this was a climate change bill. But we look at who this government has been appointing into the Senate after promising that they would do something different. I'd like to quote Honourable Irving Gerstein, speaking as he was brought in to the Senate. He says, "I am one of the 18 new senators appointed by the Prime Minister. Now, some commentators have called us bagmen. I want to tell you I do not admit to being a bagman. I proclaim it. I believe the job of raising funds for the Conservative Party is honourable and necessary. Why does this government, and I want to ask my colleague, why does he think this government shows such contempt for Canadian people by putting such lowbrow hacks and pals into that chamber to thwart the will of the democratically elected people of Canada?"
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the worst thing is that this does not pay off. The Conservatives are far from being able to get a majority government. The Liberals have the same problem because Quebecers and many Canadians outside Quebec realize that the old parties that are still using the ways of the 19th century are having problems. The Senate is the worst example. I see my adversary, who is the son of a senator. They don't realize, these old parties, that the public is not following them any longer, and I will win the next election, and my colleague, my adversary, will not.
For Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak today to C10 and the amendment proposed by the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would like to read that the motion. The motion proposed by the member was that be amended by striking out all the words after the word that and substituting the following: that the House declines to give second reading to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867 Senate term limits, because the term limits do not go far enough in addressing the problems with the Senate of Canada and do not lead quickly enough to the abolition of the upper chamber, as recent events have shown to be necessary. And I say that, and our previous speaker this morning indicated that regards to Bill C-10, that we had indicated that we would be supporting that bill to get it to committee, but things have changed in the last week with regard to developments at the Senate the last couple days on our climate bill C-311, Climate Accountability Act, which was passed not once in this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, but it passed in a previous Parliament, and of course, because of the election, has come back and had to be reintroduced again and passed a second time, went into the Senate, and now the unelected, appointed, Conservative-dominated Senate killed Bill C-311 without so much as giving it the proper debate and allowing it to go into committee of the Senate and have it go through the proper process. I think had it gone through the proper process and had they found some problem with it, they perhaps could have amended it. There were ways to deal with it in a proper way, as opposed to the way they treated it by basically killing it in the dead of night. And that simply indicates once again that the Senate, the Senate hasn't done something like this for a large number of years. And so if this is setting a new precedent for how the Senate is going to operate, this is not very good. Now, Mr. Speaker, I listened yesterday to the Liberal member from Random Burr in St. George give the Liberal position on this bill, and she was talking about the lack of consultation that as far as the provinces were concerned, and I wanted to draw her and the House's attention to in fact the consultation process that occurred in my home province of Manitoba, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, did have a Senate. It did have a Senate created in 1870, and Manitobans had the good sense to abolish it in 1876. And members should also know that 4 other provinces had Senates as well. New Brunswick abolished theirs in 1892. Nova Scotia abolished theirs in 1928. Quebec created one in 1867, abolished in 1968, and PEI created theirs in 1873, abolished in 1893. So we have experience with 5 of our provinces who've had Senates and have gotten rid of them. Not to mention other examples in the Commonwealth. I fail to see any examples where jurisdictions are actually bringing forth and introducing new Senates. If anything, it seems to be a move towards getting rid of them. Well, what happened in Manitoba on June 13, 2006, Bill 22 passed the legislature, and Bill 22, the Elections Reform Act, was approved, Mr. Speaker, by all parties in the legislature, including the Liberal Party in the legislature. The act stated that they preferred abolishing the Senate, but if the Senate could not be abolished, then it should consist of democratically elected members rather than members appointed by a process involving patronage appointments. And as it indicated, the Manitoba Senate was abolished in 1876, and the feeling of the committee was that the province had been served quite well without having the Senate around. Now, Mr. Speaker, an all-party committee was set up. As it indicated, membership included the NDP, Conservatives, and the Liberal member, Mr. Kevin Lamoureux, who's currently running for the Liberals in the by-election in Winnipeg North, who possibly may be one of our colleagues in the future. But he was part of this committee that came up with final recommendations, which I will deal with in a few minutes. This all-party committee met in Brandon, Carman, Dauphin, Flin Flon, Norway House, Russell, St. Laurent, Steinbach, and Winnipeg. And this is a tradition now for the last number of years in Manitoba. Whenever there's a controversial issue, whether it was Meech Lake, smoking in public places, Charlottetown Accord, we have tended to get all the parties involved on an all-party committee process, and we found that works quite well. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the committee heard 51 presentations at its public hearings. It had 32 written submissions sent in via mail, and as a matter of fact, one of the written submissions was sent in by Senator Terry Stratton himself. In terms of the people who presented at the public meetings that were held across the province, we had, and I just simply mention names that people in the House would recognize, but we had former MP, recent former MP Inky Mark making a presentation when the meeting was held in Dauphin. We had Senator Sharon Carstairs making a presentation. We had Senator Bert Brown. We had Daniel Boucher, who I know is the Society Franco-Manitoban chairperson for many years, former Conservative MP Dorothy Dobby. So there was quite a substantial group of interested parties making presentations to this committee. But the question is, what did they recommend, this all-party committee, after hearing from all of the presenters? Well, Mr. Speaker, in the area of the term limits, they were agreeable to the federal government's proposal. They didn't have strong opinions one way or the other on it, but they felt that the 8-year term for senators was reasonable. But in terms of the recommendations, they recommended that elections be held in the province to elect nominees to the Senate. They'll be forwarded to Ottawa. Elections should be administered through Elections Canada, with cost being the responsibility of the federal government. The method of voting, they decided on first past the post. They looked at proportional representation. They ruled that out because that has been ruled out by several provinces in the past. So they decided on first past the post. There should be regional representation among Manitoba's allotment of 6 Senate seats. They decided they wanted to have 3 in the city of Winnipeg. They decided they wanted to have 2 in southern Manitoba, and they decided they wanted to have 1 in the north. They wanted to, in addition, the current proposal of an 8-year term by the federal government is in keeping with what was heard from the presenters, as indicated before. But, Mr. Speaker, what we have here is a process started in 2006, 4 years ago, involving all parties. So for the Liberal Party to suggest that somehow there has been no consultation on this issue, that there is being rammed through the House, is absolute nonsense. In Manitoba, their member was part of the all-party committee. So how do they get off saying that somehow there needs to be more consultation? It seems to me what they're interested in doing is coming up with all sorts of delay tactics to tie this idea up in knots as long as possible, so another 10 years will go by, and things will just carry on their merry way, and nothing will substantially change as a result of it. So I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that once again, the Manitoba experience here seems to me sort of the direction upon which we should be looking to proceed in terms of consultations and involving as many people in the process as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have enough time for one short question and one short answer. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his constructive comments. We understand that the NDP brought forward an amendment as retaliation for another event. However, assuming that amendment fails and this reaches second reading and into committee. Will the NDP be as constructive as this member's comments just were? I'd like to work together with the NDP.
The honourable member for Elmo-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member for Burnaby Douglas indicated just prior to my speech that we had supported the idea of getting Bill C-10 to committee. We obviously have to deal with our members' amendment, but certainly our original intention was to support this bill, to get it to committee to get results. We're here to make the minority parliament work in spite of the fact that the government doesn't seem to be overly helpful or in fact even interested in a lot of cases.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés. Start of debate on motion M559, instruction to the Standing Committee on Finance, charitable donations, in the name of Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid, seconded by Mr. Preston, moves that the Standing Committee on Finance be instructed to undertake a study of the current tax incentives for charitable donations with a view to encouraging increased giving, including but not limited to 1. Reviewing changes to the charitable tax credit amount, 2. Reviewing the possible extension of the capital gains exemption to private company shares in real estate when donated to a charitable organization, and 3. Considering the feasibility of implementing these measures, and that the committee report its findings to the House. Debate. The honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, charities are vital to the well-being of our society. They touch the lives of all Canadians. They inspire us through the arts, enlighten us through education, heal us through health institutions and medical research, nourish our faith, support us through hard times, and make us the caring and compassionate society of which we are very proud. We all know how important charitable organizations are to improving the quality of life in our communities. That's why Canadians generously contribute to their chosen charities. And it is why our government supports various charities through program funding and encourages private support through charitable tax incentives. And Mr. Speaker, since 2006, this Conservative government has taken numerous steps to enhance support for the charitable sector. For example, we removed the capital gains tax on gifts of publicly listed securities in 2006 and reformed disbursement quota rules to reduce administrative complexity in 2010. And today I am introducing a motion that continues this positive momentum. My motion asks that the Standing Committee on Finance be instructed to undertake a study of the current tax incentives for charitable donations with a view to encourage increased giving, including but not limited to 1. Reviewing changes to the charitable tax credit amount, 2. Reviewing the possible extension of the capital gains exemption to private company shares and real estate when donated to a charitable organization, and finally 3. Considering the feasibility of implementing these measures and that the committee report its findings to the House. If this motion passes, and it is certainly my hope that it does, the resulting committee study could lead to recommendations that will benefit both the charitable organizations that serve our community and the donors who support them. Through my own personal previous involvement with charitable organizations such as the United Way and the MS Society, I have seen firsthand the positive impact that these organizations have on the individuals and the communities that they serve. I've also seen and have been inspired by the dedication and the commitment of both staff members and volunteers at these organizations. They all share and are motivated by a common higher purpose, to make a difference in the lives of others. And Mr. Speaker, since I was elected as a Member of Parliament in 2008, I have been building partnerships and becoming more involved with the many charitable organizations in Kitchener-Waterloo. And I am constantly impressed by the remarkable work that they are doing, and I commend them for making our region such a caring and compassionate community. But I also recognize that our charities face significant challenges that impede their ability to carry out their missions and achieve their goals. Last week, I hosted a roundtable with leaders from a cross-section of our region's community organizations. The roundtable included representatives from the United Way, Habitat for Humanity, the House of Friendship, Lutherwood, Leadership Waterloo Region, Focus for Ethnic Women, KW Accessibility, and Kids Ability. These organizations, all of them, do incredible work in Waterloo Region and touch the lives of each of our families, our friends, and our neighbors. And Mr. Speaker, this forum gave me an opportunity to get their knowledgeable perspectives on the charitable sector in our community and to listen to their ideas and suggestions on ways that we could assist in strengthening this sector and developing strategies for the future. An overriding and constant concern was finding adequate financial resources to carry out their mandates. Donations of individual Canadians continue to be one of the principal sources of funding for these organizations. And during difficult economic times, such as we've seen recently, charities face significant challenges as they experience increased demand for their services, but at the same time, lower levels of charitable donations. And as we begin to emerge from the global recession, thanks to the Economic Action Plan, we are seeing increased job creation and new opportunities for growth and prosperity. And in Kitchener-Waterloo, I'm very excited about the enormous potential of our thriving high-tech sector to generate long-term economic growth, create good quality jobs, and ensure a very high quality of life for our citizens. There's no doubt that we're on the right track on the economy, but as a community, we must also ensure that everyone benefits from economic progress and that no one gets left behind. And that's why I believe that in addition to nurturing and supporting businesses, we must also nurture and support the not-for-profit sector and the charitable organizations that provide critical services to our community. Besides providing the vital services that our communities need, there's another reason our government should continue to build strong partnerships with the charitable and not-for-profit sector. This sector, Mr. Speaker, is a significant part of our economy. It employs over 1.5 million people, generates an estimated $100 billion, or in fact represents 7% of our GDP. It's larger than the tourism industry, the automotive manufacturing industry, or the agricultural sector. It's in everyone's best interest to ensure a vibrant, innovative, and responsive network of charitable and not-for-profit organizations. And my motion 559 is just one step in strengthening government support for charities. I believe that our government should be looking at ways to further promote charitable giving and finding new ways for Canadians to support the causes that are important to them. Tax relief is not the main reason that Canadians choose to support charities. Over 85% of Canadians donate to charities, and most do out of a sense of compassion towards people in need, to help a cause that directly affects them, or, of course, to give back to their community. But tax incentives do play a role, especially among larger donors. And the reduction and subsequent elimination of capital gains tax from donations of public shares stimulated substantial increases in charitable giving. In fact, Donald K. Johnson, a champion of this initiative, has estimated that over $3 billion in public securities has been donated to charities since these changes began in 1997. And with increasing levels of social engagement, many donors are becoming more strategic in their giving as well. They're looking for ways that their philanthropy will make a tangible impact and considering charitable donations in their long-term financial planning decisions. These changes offer a new method of giving, and bring a new awareness to planned and sustainable donations. The charitable tax credit also provides an incentive for charitable giving. And the 2007 Canada Survey of Giving, Volunteering, and Participating found that 54% of Canadians would give more if they received a larger tax credit for their donations. It is my hope that M559 will result in a committee study that will investigate the many facets of charitable giving, consider the costs and benefits of any changes, and put forward recommendations on measures that will further support charities through our tax system. While providing incentives to increase charitable donations may ease financial challenges, charities face other complex challenges. As society and communities evolve, charitable organizations are faced with changing needs and priorities. Our community agencies are on the front lines, dealing with day-to-day realities and challenges, and they are often the first to identify new areas of concern and responsibility. But these challenges also lead to new opportunities, and I believe that our charitable sector has the ingenuity and the imagination to respond effectively to new challenges in our communities. And Mr. Speaker, in fact, the answer is innovation. My riding of Kitchener-Waterloo is very well known for innovation. And this isn't limited to only the high-tech sector. We also have organizations committed to social innovation, finding creative ways to engage individuals and businesses, developing new models, and building networks and partnerships to address the changing needs in our community. One such organization is Capacity Waterloo Region. And although this is a new organization, it is already making waves, stimulating discussion and dialogue, and creating collaborative opportunities for change. As government, we need to further enhance our partnerships with this sector, better support and equip them to carry out the role that our society asks them to do, and work together to provide the best quality of life for all Canadians. And in Waterloo Region, we have been very fortunate to have had the leadership of Dr. David Johnston, the former president of the University of Waterloo, who applied the spirit of a traditional barn raising to community involvement. Now, of course, he is our Governor General, very proudly so. His vision of Canada as a smart and caring nation inspires all of us to contribute and to build a society where all Canadians can develop their potential, all Canadians can succeed, and all Canadians can serve their families, their communities, and their country. In my community and all across Canada, we are blessed to have many dedicated volunteers in organizations that respond to the needs of others and contribute to building healthy, strong, and compassionate communities. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the people who work in the charitable organization sector in Waterloo Region. Your efforts are making a noticeable difference in our community and ensuring that it continues to be an ideal place to live, work, and raise our families. And as the Member of Parliament for Kitchener-Waterloo, I am committed to strengthening my partnerships with the many organizations in my community, celebrating their accomplishments, listening to their ideas and suggestions, and working with them to ensure that they have a voice in Ottawa. With our economy on the upswing, now is the time to collaborate and enhance our partnerships so that everyone in our society enjoys the benefits of a revitalized economy and experiences a prosperous future. In conclusion, I ask all members to support my motion M559, and I believe it is incumbent upon all of us as members of Parliament to study this issue that could have a profound impact on the charitable organizations that make such a significant contribution, in fact, Mr. Speaker, to all communities across Canada. And I encourage all of my colleagues here in the House to become fully engaged in this important dialogue as we seek to assist our charitable organizations and work with all of them to improve our society. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for presenting his motion. As a member of the Finance Committee, I'm aware that a number of groups have come before the committee proposing a number of changes. The one the first item in his motion is to review the changes to the charitable tax credit amount, often just referred to just increase the rates of credit. There is, however, an argument that by increasing the rate of credit, it simply is looking to increase the donations of those who already are giving generously. But groups like Imagine Canada have been proposing something that's called a stretch credit to encourage new donors to start giving who don't give, or those who give modest amounts to raise theirs. Has the member considered the advisability of something like a stretch credit as opposed to just simply changing the tax credit rates?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. In fact, I'm quite aware of Imagine Canada's proposal for a stretch credit. Of course, as my motion suggests and directs the Finance Committee to study these various measures, including the possibility of reviewing and or increasing the charitable tax credit. And as part of the Finance Committee's study, I would certainly expect that they would consider Imagine Canada's proposal. I also want to go back to an important statistic that I cited in my remarks. In fact, surveys and research have indicated that 54% of Canadians would give more if tax incentives are increased. So I think we need to keep that in mind. And the second important part of the study will be considering the exemption of capital gains tax from gifts of shares in privately held companies. I believe that this particular change has great potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Kitchener-Waterloo for his work on Motion 559. But I would say that before we go around raising the hopes of among charities that something is actually going to come out of this, I'd like to ask him whether he has at least run this idea by the finance minister and other people in the government, because we know that this government is a very tightly controlled group, and I don't believe for a moment that the member is coming up with this idea simply on his own without checking with the parliamentary secretary, without checking with the finance minister. So once again, before we increase the hopes, raise the hopes of the charities out there, I just want to be reassured that he has actually vetted this idea through the finance minister and the parliamentary secretary, and I'd also like to know what would be the revenue shortfall or revenue loss. We're dealing with a $56 billion deficit. Surely he has some idea of how much revenue the government would lose as a result of making these changes.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And suffice it to say this, Mr. Speaker, that I certainly hope that my colleagues on the other side of the floor, including in the NDP, are as supportive of this motion as I know my colleagues are in the Conservative government, including the Finance Minister. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in terms of potential cost, again, I reinforce that the motion asks the Finance Committee to study these potential new measures. Of course, as part of that study, there will be a cost-benefit analysis, But I would suggest to my colleague as well that we need to, in addition, consider public cost, also need to consider public good. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on motion M559, which ostensibly addresses how we may improve the charitable giving. The two suggestions are generally changes to the charitable tax credit amount, and secondly, the possible extension of capital gains exemption to private company shares in real estate when donated. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Committee has conducted its pre-budget consultations and heard from, I believe, 450 some odd submissions and about 150 or 160 witnesses. Many of these were giving representations and in support of numerous changes to do with handling the charitable sector. The committee is now in receipt of its draft report and will be reporting very soon. As a consequence, it's not possible to undertake such a study, so this is something that is going to be put probably off for some time. Having said that, just so that we don't raise expectations about this is something that the committee will stop, we do have the pre-budget implementation, I'm sorry, not the pre-budget, the budget implementation bill number 2. We also have the minister and officials coming before us on that. It is interesting, though, Mr. Speaker, that if you were to look at the dimension, and I did get some statistics on Canadian donations, the average annual donation was $437, and the median annual donation was $120, and 50% of donors who contribute $120 or less account for only 5% of the total amount contributed, and 10% of the donors, the top 10%, who contribute more than $1,000 account for 62%. So it is very much tracking in terms of income levels. So clearly, I'm not sure whether or not this is the most efficient way to generate the dollars. In any event, Mr. Speaker, I mean, these are areas in which work can be done to look at where there's some efficiencies. And I also had an opportunity to look at a C.D. Howe report, just to give the member an idea of how many people have really looked at this. You know, Canada has something like 80,000 registered charities having $100 billion in annual revenue, more in net assets, and the total charitable sector in Canada is about the size of the economy of British Columbia. So when we touch things, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about big dollars. And as others have raised, the economic circumstances of the country obviously have to take into account, because to enhance the charitable credits or make additional assets available for contribution and to be creditable, that money comes straight out of the government coffers. So obviously the key is whether or not we are giving enough to the charitable sector to do the job that they want, which I think is what Canadians would like to see. And so that we really, you know, there's an awful lot of work. This is an enormous undertaking and should not be taken lightly and would not be taken lightly by the Finance Committee, but it may very well have to farm it out to others who have the expertise to be able to work the numbers, like C.D. Howe Institute. Now, I wanted to raise as well, the member will be aware that there have been a number of ways proposed in dealing with the charitable sector. I just happened to notice that there were tax principles involved, and 3 of the models, and I thought these were interesting, just so the member understands how many people have really thought about this. First one, it says, the better the charity is enhancing the quality of life for citizens, the greater the tax subsidy should be. So it really cause and effect. If you're doing enhancing quality for the quality of life for citizens, you should get a higher tax subsidy. That would be one model. A second model would be a less responsive to the amount donated, and that is that the after-tax cost of donations, the lower the tax subsidy should be received. So it depends on the financial impact to the government. And the third that I noted was the redistribution. If redistribution is a goal, charities which have high-income donors contribute disproportionately should receive a lower tax subsidy than others, so that some are actually more successful than others, and some have more money than they can possibly deal with, but they happen to be the ones who have hit a chord which tends to give them a benefit. And so that's another way to consider how we might deal with this. Now, I want to be sure I get on the record the fact that, and the members, I'm sure, well aware, that some have written and expressed concern about the ethical situation within charities, and not to take this too far, Mr. Speaker. There is a strong view that we shouldn't consider any further changes until further actions are taken to enhance the transparency of charities and to improve their governance. And the member will also be aware that there is a private member's bill that has been, in fact, it is now before the Finance Committee, and we'll be considering it before the end of November. And it has to do with the amount of compensation to charitable executives and the overall cost of operations. I do know that the Canada Revenue Agency does have benchmarks. If a charity were to have 75% of the monies collected used in terms of operating costs, where only 25% would in fact benefit the target audience, as it were, that does set up a red flag. There are a lot of tentacles here, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of tentacles, and there is much work to do. Now, having said that, I want to encourage the member that I was much impressed. I was much impressed by the people who came before the Finance Committee with regard to the need to enhance charitable giving, and I know Mr. Johnson as well, and he's been visiting Parliament for many years and knows many members of Parliament as well, and makes a very good case. Certainly the idea with regard to the exemption on the capital gains, particularly for those expanding that for private companies, again, turns out to be ultimately a question of how much impact might that have in terms of the government treasury, and how does that rank in terms of its priority with regard to the other needs of Canadians, as well as the imperative of being fiscally responsible at a time of financial duress. So the member has raised, I think, an excellent motion, Mr. Speaker, but it is opening up, in my view, a very significant undertaking, which could not be done very easily, very lightly. May take a very long time to do. I'm not sure whether his committee would be prepared to take on something that might take months to do, but I do know that there has to be some consideration as to the scope and the recommendations. But I understand where the member's coming from, and I can assure him that I will be voting to move this to committee, or sorry, not to committee, by voting to move it to our committee to have a look at it. And as the member will know, and the House will know, that committees may, from time to time, have to report back to the House circumstances which do not permit it to do a full arrangement, or propose other ways in which we can satisfy the questions that the member has raised with regard to specific initiatives, and generally with regard to the condition of the charitable sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Alfred Pelon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to speak today to motion M559, tabled on September 16th by the member for Kitchener-Waterloo, and I congratulate him for it. And it has to do with charitable donations. The motion asks that the Standing Committee on Finance study fiscal incentives for charitable donations in order to examine how we can increase these donations. The motion proposes the following: reviewing changes to the charitable tax credit amount, reviewing the possible extension of the capital gains exemption to private company shares and real estate when donated to a charitable organization. The motion asks that the committee examine the means of bringing these measures into effect and then reporting to the House. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois will support this motion because it acknowledges the role, the very essential role played by charitable organizations in Quebec society and elsewhere in the world. I'll name only a few of these charitable groups: Centraide, Jeunesse au Soleil, various Oxfam, Quebec, and the Red Cross, all do priceless work for society. In Quebec, we can count on the devotion of over 16,000 charitable organizations which are registered with the Canada Revenue. The Bloc Québécois thinks that they should be able to concentrate on the good work they do rather than continuing to have to run after money. And with this in view, we are supporting the campaign to eliminate taxes, capital gains taxes in the case of real estate donations and donations of private company shares. Further, the Bloc Québécois is open to the idea of an increased tax credit for charitable donations. This is why it seems appropriate to us that the Standing Committee on Finance study these measures. The Bloc Québécois listens to these charitable organizations who have not hesitated to communicate their needs for funding and also their grievances with respect to the Conservative government. Since these organizations are the principal party concerned by funding funding issues, we think it's essential to invite them to appear in committee in order to see what they think about these measures. Charities all need predictable financing and long-term financing in order to carry out their respective missions. And this is why the Bloc Québécois, within the context of what it wanted to see in the budget of 2010, demanded that the government stop extending temporarily certain programs and remaining silent on its intentions with respect to funding charities that depend exclusively or partially on federal money. The government has created insecurity by so acting, and this hurts the most vulnerable and community groups and charitable organizations. In reaction to the 2010 budget, the Bloc Québécois found it deplorable that the government did not factor in the matters of financing for charities. The survival of these organizations is all the more important in a context where the Conservative government is once again taking the wrong approach to cutting the deficit, which has led to a reduction in services for the public. For example, decisions having to do with health transfer payments. Further, I think we have every reason to be worried about the disengagement of the Conservative government with respect to international aid and to the policy of fear imposed on NGOs. The Conservative government has been keeping these various groups and NGOs on a tightrope in order to impose their vision and values. Well-respected NGOs such as Kairos and Alternatives, which are registered charities do not share the conservative ideology and thus have seen their funding cut drastically, and this for ideological reasons. Same thing with the women's groups. While on the one hand the government is cutting funding to more than 12 women's groups, on the other it is funding religious groups. As was said so well by Senator Nancy Ruth, who was a conservative, under the conservative regime you have to keep your mouth shut if you don't want to lose your funding. The Bloc Québécois wants the federal government to implement a realistic plan so they can meet the target set by the UN, that is, to pay 0.7% of gross national product to public assistance and development, and this as quickly as possible. The federal government has refused to increase its assistance envelope for development, is hurting the work done by charitable organizations in developing countries. So, again, we feel it appropriate that the Standing Committee on Finance study these changes. For example, the changes, reviewing changes to the charitable tax credit amount, reviewing the possible extension of the capital gains exemption to private company shares, and real estate when donated to a charitable organization. The study of this motion in committee will allow us to make sure that measures meant to increase donations to charities will take place within a rigorous budgetary context, and they will be thought out in a way that will not plunge the government into continuing deficits. The Bloc Québécois has always done rigorous work in this area, and our commitments are always costed, and our electoral platform is always accompanied by a very strict financial commitments. That's what guides us in the study of this motion. The Bloc Québécois acknowledges the importance of the role played by charities. In Quebec and elsewhere in the world, these groups accomplish fundamental work. For example, after the earthquake that left more than 250,000 people dead in Haiti on January 12th, Quebecers turned to charitable organizations so that they would offer their help to the victims of the disaster. And Quebecers contributed up to $66 million to humanitarian organizations who were helping the victims of the earthquake. This is the equivalent of almost 25% of all funds collected in Canada. But red tape, or rather, the Bloc Québécois feels that the Conservative government is hurting charities. The very survival of these organizations is all the more important, given what the government is doing to cut the deficit, and given the fact that it is harming services to the public. The Bloc Québécois wants the Standing Committee on Finance to look into these measures, and I am a member of the committee, and I would like to question the various witnesses who will come and enrich our debate. I'd like to talk to them about the mandate they are fulfilling, the mission they are fulfilling, and I'd like them to enlighten us on the provisions which concern them having to do with Revenue Canada. You'll understand, Mr. Speaker, and I'll finish with this. The Bloc Québécois will, of course, vote for this motion, which we will be very proud to debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to rise on behalf of the people of Timmins, James Bay, who've elected me and asked me to come and bring their concerns and review the legislation that we deal with at different times. And so I'm proud to rise today on Motion 559 on the question of working with charities and encouraging the ability of people to give to charities and getting that to the Finance Committee. And I think it's certainly an issue that we should bring forward to the Finance Committee. There will be certainly a number of questions about the efficacy of the approach that's being suggested, but I think that if we hear witnesses and we work with all four parties, we could actually move towards a better role for charities. I think of my riding of Timmins James Bay, Mr. Speaker, and some of the phenomenal work that goes on. I'd like to begin by talking about the Lord's Kitchen, which is used to be in the basement of old Nativity Church before the bishop closed the parish down, but now it's over at Saint Antoine's. The Lord's Kitchen, some might say it's a charity, but to me it's a community center where seniors, where young Aboriginal kids come, where families just come for weekly dinners. It's one of the most welcoming environments I've seen. I think of the work that goes on out of I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, it is still in the basement of Nativity Church. They moved the parish over to St. Antoine's. I think of Ed Lagoki in South Porcupine, who this is 10 years now that Ed Lagoki has been running the Samaritan Inn, the Good Samaritan Inn, and the amazing work they do in dealing with the homeless, because homelessness is not just a issue in urban centers. We see it in the north, and of course we see it in frightening numbers in our Aboriginal communities. So we see that level of grassroots charitable work, but you know, we have it at a number of levels that it shows the complexity of charitable giving in this country. For example, in South Temiskaming, the Literacy Council and the work that they do. We see it with groups like the Timmins Highland Dancers, who are raising money this week for the Heart and Stroke Foundation. We have the Cochrane Temiskaming Children's Treatment Center, and they do amazing work with their integrated services for the Northern Children Program. All across the region, of the vast region of Timmins James Bay, there are people who are volunteering and who are doing so much of the work that needs to be done in order to make civil society a truly humane society, where people actually who are falling through the cracks who are cared for. We see it with the support for arts in our area. We see it for the cultural organizations in our area. So we want to encourage that people are able to continue giving money. I think, Mr. Speaker, when I look at this bill, one of the questions I have is that perhaps maybe a more efficient way of dealing with charities is to clear up who actually should be a charity and who shouldn't be, because there are many people competing for charities, and I'm thinking that some of them perhaps shouldn't be able to get charitable donations. And if we cleared that up, there might be a better pool of money for the people who are legitimate charities. One of the groups that I think of right off the top, of course, is the Fraser Institute. Now, the Fraser Institute claims that it's there to represent the free market, and of course the Fraser Institute attacks all manner of public institutions, and yet it does so under the guise of being a charity. And I look at where they get their money from, and it's very disturbing, Mr. Speaker, that ExxonMobil, the oil company, could funnel money through the Fraser Institute to do so-called studies on climate change. Well, we know what kind of climate change studies the Fraser Institute has come up with. They've attacked the Kyoto Protocol. Here's a quote from the climate change activists are exaggerating the linkage between human action and climate change. They are bought and paid for by ExxonMobil, so I certainly wouldn't want to have any more sweetheart deals for ExxonMobil being able to funnel money to the Fraser Institute. Another group, of course, who gives money to the Fraser Institute is Big Tobacco, Rothmans, Philip Morris. We see how the Fraser Institute, working as a front for Big Tobacco, led the fight, supposedly for freedom, against all manner of bylaws when it came to smoking bylaws in this country. And we know from the deaths of passive smoke how brutal it has been for the waitresses and the people who've worked in the service industry. And yet there was the Fraser Institute pocketing money from Rothmans and then going out and being interviewed on radio and television as somehow a disinterested third party just giving their opinion. I don't have a problem with these right-wing think tanks. What I have a problem with is that they use charitable donations in order to take money from corporations to basically subvert a good public process. So, Mr. Speaker, when I look at a group like the Fraser Institute and their pals at Rothmans, Philip Morris, and Big Oil, I certainly don't want them to get another dime through charitable giving, because I think that it undermines the phenomenal work that legitimate charities do. So I would seek to my honourable colleague that perhaps if we cleaned out the bad apples who are misusing charitable numbers for political purposes, and then we would be able to ensure that the phenomenal work of, like, for example, the Hearing Society, you know, the society who deal with the blind, that the money that goes to them is so vital and important. I think of groups like the seizure and brain injury group in Timmins, who have done amazing work with such little resources. If they didn't have that charitable status, they wouldn't be able to carry on that work. I think of the groups all through Temiskaming that are dealing with the food banks. The Cochrane Food Bank in our region is a center for distribution of food throughout the north, and they help support the food banks in Iroquois Falls, in Timmins, in Engelhard, New Liskeard, Kirkland Lake. And these are people who volunteer their time, who are there day after day. If you go into the Cochrane Food Bank on any given day, you'll see numerous volunteers. They are doing phenomenal work. So if there's a way that we can, through the Finance Committee, look at ensuring that these groups, like the Cochrane Food Bank, like the Heart and Stroke Foundation, like the Seizure and Brain Injury organizations in Timmins, that if we can aid them in their work through changing the tax measures, I certainly, Mr. Speaker, and the New Democratic Party would certainly be interested. But we certainly believe we need to close up the loopholes so the bad apples who are misusing charities on behalf of big oil and big tobacco and basically acting as a front for everything that this neocon conservative government spills on the Canadian public on any given day, that they shouldn't be hiding behind charities. They should actually have to go out and compete in the marketplace with their bogus ideas. And that if Rothmans want to give money to fronts like the Fraser Institute to help groups like the Conservative Party, that they actually have to go out and compete for that dollar for dollar. There shouldn't be any incentive for this kind of money through the back pocket, because it is a slap in the face to the volunteers and the people who do such good work and the people who give with their hearts day after day after day without thinking of the personal gain, unlike our friends at Rothmans, unlike our friends at the Fraser Institute, unlike our friends in the big oil industry who give money to the Fraser Institute and expect charitable money back and charitable breaks for usurping and subverting public process. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to actually allow us to talk about the motion rather than a rant about NDP ideologies. I do thank you for the opportunity to speak in strong support of today's motion brought forward by the member from Kitchener-Waterloo that has nothing to do with the Fraser Institute, or in fact Greenpeace, the one that he obviously avoided even talking about. So I don't think we want to address the funding of that. Before I continue, let me first of all applaud the member from Kitchener-Waterloo for his hard work on this motion and his noble goal of helping Canada's charitable sector. What's more, since being elected in 2008, he has been an intelligent and effective representative for his constituents, ensuring that their voices are heard in Ottawa and their concerns are addressed. Without a doubt, Kitchener-Waterloo has a strong representative in Parliament putting their best interests first. Today's motion calls for the Finance Committee, of which I am a member, to conduct a study on charitable giving in Canada. Specifically, it asks the committee to examine how current tax incentives may be made more effective to encourage increased giving. Unlike some other private members' proposals we see too often in Parliament, chiefly from the opposition, this is an intelligent way of developing good public policy. For instead of unilaterally dictating a solution to an issue, the member from Kitchener-Waterloo has said, why don't we actually study the issue first? He's asking, why don't we have hearings to talk directly to Canadians, listen to the experts, listen to those who are actually involved in the charitable sector, and listen to them together across partisan lines. Mr. Speaker, I believe in working together, consulting with Canadians, looking at the facts, considering the costs, and doing all of this in an open public forum at our Finance Committee. I see this as a positive and constructive way to approach this issue. I am entirely confident my fellow committee members will be eager to undertake such a study and would ensure that it has a fulsome study. Again, I strongly support this motion and truly hope all members would as well. For the remainder of this speech, Mr. Speaker, to help inform the discussion, I would like to provide some background on the framework for charitable giving in Canada and how tax incentives help support it. First and foremost, let me state that all parliamentarians have long recognized the immense importance and good work of charities and communities across this country. Indeed, there are currently over 85,000 charities registered with the Canada Revenue Agency. Being a registered charity under the Income Tax Act provides a unique privilege, namely the ability to issue tax receipts to donors for their gifts. Donors, in turn, are entitled to claim a tax credit for donations made to registered charities, thereby reducing the amount of income tax that they pay. I should note that even though Canadians can receive tax benefits for their giving, in most cases that is only a secondary consideration. In the words of Peter Nicholson, an experienced investment advisor, I quote, "The last reason that someone is going to give is because they are going to get a tax break. I show clients how they should give, but prior to me showing them how, there has to be a why and a who, and that is all done on emotion," end quote. Clearly, we all know Canadians support charities because of their desire to help others and to support the causes that they believe in. And make no mistake about it, Canadians firmly believe in the importance of charities. That's why we are among the most generous people in the world. In fact, Canada recently ranked third on the 2010 World Giving Index, an international comparison of giving and volunteering generosity in over 153 different countries. As I have already noted, the tax system encourages Canadians to support the charitable sector by allowing individuals to claim a tax credit for gifts made to charities. For instance, the charitable donations tax credit allows Canadians to increase their charitable giving by providing tax relief. This credit provides federal tax assistance of 15% on the first $200 of donations and 29% on accounts above $200. Combined with the provincial tax relief for donations, the total average tax assistance for giving is about 46% for donations over $200. In addition to the general tax incentives for charitable donations, special incentives are provided to encourage Canadians to donate particular types of property. Donations of ecologically sensitive land, Canadians' cultural property, and publicly listed securities are generally exempt from capital gains. As a result, the total tax assistance provided on these types of donations can be even higher, in fact, as high as 60% of the value of the donation. Since taking office in 2006, our Conservative government has taken key steps to build on that framework by increasing the generosity of tax incentives to better help the important role that charities play in communities across Canada. For example, we have introduced a complete exemption on capital gains tax associated with the donation of publicly listed securities and exchangeable shares to public charities and private foundations. We also extended the exemption to donations of ecologically sensitive land to public conservation charities. I note that our Conservative government's actions have been warmly welcomed by charities across Canada. For instance, the Community Foundations of Canada has noted they would, and I quote, "help philanthropy continue to grow and will benefit charities across the country. We all win when the government encourages people to give. This tax relief will be welcome news," end quote. Indeed, the steps have already had a positive impact on charitable giving in Canada. For instance, commenting on our change in 2006 to encourage the giving of publicly listed securities, The Saskatoon Community Foundation has publicly declared, and I quote, "In less than 2 years, the Foundation's endowment has grown by several $100,000 through donated stock. We've had some pretty significant donations so far in terms of size," end quote. We continued to build on our record of supporting charities earlier this year in Budget 2010. We did this when we significantly reformed the disbursement quota rules for charities, reducing administrative complexity to better enable charities to focus their time and resources on charitable activities. This made it easier for charities to raise the funds they need to help people who need it most. Again, this action was warmly welcomed by charities as well. In the words of the Salvation Army, the reform will, and I quote, "provide the Salvation Army, one of Canada's largest charities, with increased flexibility in meeting the needs of Canadians, allowing us to better respond to the needs of the people we serve in 400 communities across Canada," end quote. We have also taken steps to encourage more giving in response to specific international crises in Haiti and Pakistan by matching dollar for dollar Canadians' donations to those relief efforts. Clearly, our Conservative government has been a strong supporter of charities and charitable giving in Canada. But nonetheless, we recognize it is always important to study whether we could actually increase charitable giving in Canada to keep the charitable sector vibrant. That's why I strongly support today's motion, and it calls for a Finance Committee study. Moreover, I am confident that I and other Finance Committee members will give careful consideration to both the effectiveness of any new measures we might propose and their cost, ensuring they are affordable and sustainable. To conclude, I strongly hope that this motion will be successful and we can undertake this study. I again applaud the member for Kitchener-Waterloo for his leadership on this issue and for the great work he is doing in Parliament on behalf of his constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member once again from Kitchener-Waterloo for his motion and certainly the contribution of the. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other speakers on this, and particularly the parliamentary secretary. It sounds that, Mr. Speaker, that we are on the right track here. That we know there's been a decline in charitable giving over the last couple of years. It may be as a result of the recession, but there could be other issues that are at play here. And I know there's another bill before the House that deals with the disclosure of the management, top managers, CEOs' salaries. There's the issue of how much of the donations actually reaches the people that it's supposed to help and how much is used in administration. And it's conceivable that when these two bills reach the Finance Committee together, that they'll be able to look at them together as one big piece of the puzzle. But certainly there is some merit in what the member says. The reason I asked him the question initially was that I wasn't sure whether this was just an idea that he had, that something that he had been promoting on his own for a number of for a while, or whether in fact was being endorsed by the finance minister and the parliamentary secretary. And clearly the government seems to be reasonably behind this particular idea. Now, I mean, what we are doing here is we're simply fostering and approving a study to begin, and we all know how fast this government moves at the best of times. I mean, glaciers move faster than the parliamentary secretary, although I must admit on the pension issue, he seems to be getting some of the results that we in the NDP have been pushing for, so we have been reasonably happy with him up to recent times. However, some of his recent speeches have cast some doubt about that. But the fact of the matter is that we are looking at probably looking at an election another few months anyway. So all the good work we're doing now in getting these bills through the process, we're likely to see again after the next election. But this idea looks like it's one that should be
proceeded with. We are looking at studies here at the Finance Committee. We are going to have to look, thank you, Mr. Speaker, at the cost to the Treasury and how that will impact the budget, where the government is not in very good shape right now with a $56 billion deficit and no real clear idea where we're going to be, another 12 months out or 24 months out. So by the time this study is concluded, we could be, well beyond the next election. It could take a couple of years, and the government may end up saying, well, it's going to cost us too much money. We can't afford to give up the revenue, and then we're going to phase it in for over a period of time. And that was my original caution, was that I wanted to make certain that the members didn't raise hopes among the charities that somehow the charities would be called to meetings, which I'm sure he's had them come attend. I think that somehow they're going to get results from this government in short order. I think he should dampen those expectations a lot, given the past history of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. It being 1:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.